Hear ye. Sunday, the Lord's Day. Y'all know what it is. What's going on? How my levels sound? I see some great people in there already. Hustle and motivate the man, the legendary stand up. What's going on? Tell me how I'm sounding out here. Yosemite Blam. What's going on, man? Yeah, he gonna talk some Starfield. We got MrMattyPlays in the building. Pong Soul, what's going on? Mom for Hire, what's going on? Thank you, what's going on? Able Acid, what's going on? Gameplay though. Pong Soul, what's going on? And let me get it right. PyCon Fusion. What's going on, man? So we got a phone one, man. Phone one today. We got the legend in here. You already know. My man MrMattyPlays. Should be a fun one. We'll get into it. No Solve today. Solve has got some stuff going on with the fam. Everything is good, but you just, Solve
the Mass Effect slander can start.
Yeah, the Mass Effect slander can start. Addict, say what's up to the people.
What's going on?
You sound low, Addict. He in the bushes. He be back. But yeah, Scarlet Nexus demo's fun. Yeah, I gotta try it. I got it downloaded. No bad. I got it downloaded. I gotta try it, see what's going on. But yeah, man, we'll get MrMattyPlays in here soon. Again, send some love to Solve, taking some time off with the family. He earned it. He's earned it.
I'm gonna take a month off.
You gonna take a month off? You gonna strike?
I'm gonna strike until I get my intro.
Until he get his introducing the co-host, the co-host I always introduce. And what's a better intro?
No, I want a better one.
Oh my God! You see what I deal with, y'all? This guy rebelling on the joint. Anyway, so look, we will be back. Matty will be up in here shortly, and of course, the king gonna pull up, all that good stuff. You already know. So I'll talk to you guys in a minute.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right. And we are live. Hear ye, hear you. And welcome to the Iron Lords podcast. And also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 210. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest. And we've got Starfield 2022 rumors, early game announcements, and Biomutant performance to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose content not only represents a fusion of informative game discussion, entertainment, and consistency, but always finds a way to utilize his original ideas with a pure passion for the video games industry. Introducing the creator of the MrMattyPlays YouTube and Twitch channels and the host of the HAMRadio and DefiningDuke podcasts, the Lord of RPGs, fellow Mets fan, who always reminds us to stay sexy and stay active. Live from my Empire State, New York, and making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord MrMattyPlays. How we doing, sir?
Dude, absolutely excellent. That might have been the biggest hype tape of my life. Like you hit everything I've done in my lifetime in like 2 minutes. I was like, wow, he got it all. I love that. That was great. Thank you. I'm more excited to be here now.
Much appreciated, brother.
I was already happy to be here. But wow. when you just hit all my life achievements in one sentence, it's like, damn. All right.
Yo, much appreciated, brother. You are a Lord at what you do. It's only right we show you the proper respect here at the round table. First of all, how are you doing, sir? What have you been playing games-wise, man? What's been going on?
Oh, wow. So yeah, it's been a busy week of just playing a lot of stuff because I've been reviewing Biomutant. That'll be out this coming week. We've been doing a lot of Mass Effect, as you said, Lord of RPGs.
On what version?
For Biomutant, I've been doing Xbox.
Great.
The now definitive version. It's
yes, exactly. You need that good experience.
Matty, don't fall into it, man.
I gotta watch.
You were doing good. Continue, sir.
Been playing Jade Empire. That has been a nice little backtrack. Because it's tying into some content I'm doing. And let's see. I think that those are about the main three that I've been hitting up for about the last week or so. And just trying to balance all of those has been interesting to say the least. But it's been good gaming. I can imagine, man. Yeah, you've been killing it with the games. I try to catch a little bit of the Mass Effect. What is it? Insanity, Joyce. Oh yeah, the supercut. Yeah.
I love it, man. It's good to see, man. That's what's up, man. So we gonna get into this show. You know what I'm saying? But you already know we got the 4 horsemen. Well, actually, not the 4 horsemen, man. Shout out to Solve, man. Shout out to Lord Solve. He is doing the family thing. He has earned a day off in the realm. So send some love to Solve. He's doing it.
No days off.
King working tight ship.
No days off.
King running tight ship.
You sit here with an IV in your arm.
Oh my god.
In the hospital with a gas mask on. Help.
No. Oh, I see hip hop in the building. Shout out to hip hop. Much love. You already know.
Get my man hip hop in here.
On,
what up, hip hop?
No doubt. But you already know. We got the 3 Lords of Gaming in the realm. Original Lords here. Trying to respect my man Matty's plays time with some time-sensitive intros. My co-host, the co-host, my brother from another mother. The difficult game conqueror, Lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, who's demanding an updated intro. Lord Addict, how we doing, sir?
Still demanding, apparently. They're doing pretty good, man. Yesterday I finally finished the Mass Effect trilogy. That took me a week of no-lifing. It was funny. I felt like the longer the franchise went, the worse it got. No, I'm talking about spending time on the game.
Oh, you scared me.
It was like the first one. I didn't really care for a lot of the side content in the first one.
Right.
So I just did pretty much the bare minimum.
Yeah, the main quest.
I was like, what's getting me towards the end? All right, there, I'm going that way. But then the second one, I'm like, oh man, I kind of want to do this.
Wait, hold on. Are you implying that Mass Effect 2 had generated more interest for you? Saul's not here to defend Mass Effect 1.
No, I'm here.
I'm implying that Mass Effect 3 generated the most interest.
There we go.
But I didn't ask you that. I want to be petty. The Mass Effect 2 generated
No, it did not. Next.
No, Mass Effect 3 is the goat out of the trilogy.
Thank you.
Continue. I'll move on.
You want to move on now?
I'll move on. So is that? And we was playing some. I see Big Wilhelm screaming in the chat. We playing a certain raid, sir. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Shout out to you frauds. How are we? I get up yesterday and I see y'all in the raid. I said on God and them. I hate these dudes. I said on God, and then I seen some extra dudes in there. I just wanted to be really rude and jump in your chat because y'all was live. I was just gonna be really rude, but then I said to myself, you know what? They're streaming and they will have documentation of this. I decided to sit my petty down and kill.
You never do worlds first.
This is true.
We went in the Vault of Glass and we never left the Vault of Glass. So,
prayed for that.
Got to that Templar, man, and I don't remember him hitting so hard. Maybe it's because of contest rules, but man, I feel like when people are killing you in the well, that's when you really got to choose whatever you're doing in life, because it's just I'm just saying, why is he killing me? I'm in a well.
Yeah, bro.
That's how the game works.
It's real.
I'm so happy. I feel real good. Maddie, you have no idea how good I felt because I had FOMO yesterday and I felt really left out. And I was going to talk about it in my segment, but I'm glad you brought it up.
We'll get to you. But that has been it, sir, Mr. Lord Adam?
Yeah, it's been a nice little nice little thing. I've enjoyed it.
Now you want to get on the super chat since Solve is not in, because I know they're starting to fly in a little bit, but we'll get them after I get King up in there.
Yeah, we'll get him after King.
No doubt, you already know. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the Excess Gamer,
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox, king of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience, and is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how are we doing, sir?
We're doing fantastic, and check this out. Turn the beat around. What happened?
The beat ain't turning. Malfunctions.
Oh, you know what? You know what it is? Yeah, I turned it off yesterday. I got to turn it back on. But anyway,
she
did me dirty. Just like how you was liking our little film.
Yeah.
That's what he get. That's what he get for slandering us.
You wish that to happen. I got you. But
I didn't wish it happened. So obviously I didn't happen.
I'm gonna shut off the camera. I'm gonna turn it on, but don't. That's after it. New KOS is up.
Woo!
I'm gonna give a shout out to Josh Taylor. He's the undisputed junior welterweight champion of the world. Fantastic fight last night. It was great. Also did Sick Mansion's podcast last night. Go check that out if you want to see, new statue stuff. We got the statue stuff coming on Tuesday with me and Cog unboxing an incredible statue. This is Cog's first statue. We're popping his cherry. It's gonna be a fantastic thing. It's a great thing. It's a great show. Plus, y'all get a chance to see me unbox Thanos right there.
Oh my lord!
Same thing.
Whoa!
XM Studio Thanos. I did that specially for Cog, to be honest with you. Because this statue that he's been waiting for is, we waited together for a year. Yeah. And he paid the statue off. I paid the statue off. He got his first. So he's been very patiently holding his. Mine comes on Monday, and we're going to do a double unboxing. Plus, we have a special guest coming through on DCX with another statue to do it, and Thanos, because that's between me and Kyle.
Yeah, he knows. Listen, Matty, I've been avoiding this thing for so long. I'm like, I am not getting caught up in that culture. It's way out my price range. But King knows me, and there's certain characters in my childhood that are really, and when it's done well, I'm like, damn, I gotta take the plunge on this one.
So I'm processing everything, right? I'm adjusting here. Yeah. So you have so many statues that you got a statue on top of a box that has a statue in there. Am I getting that right?
Well, see, Mario is the policeman down here. So all of them in line. So anytime they get out of line.
A couple weeks ago, he killed Link.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he killed the Link. He killed Zelda. Well,
I love it, man.
Thank you so much. What I've been playing this week, I was playing Destiny earlier, to get my light level up to get ready for the raid that I wasn't a part of.
God.
I mean, you can jump in on after the podcast.
Oh no, I definitely am. I definitely am. I went back to Outriders to up my the level of my Techromancer, because I've noticed a lot of guys out there using the Techromancer wrong, and I've got my Techromancer's turrets down to 3-second respawns.
Nice.
And my firepower build is incredible. So I'm doing right now 400 million damage solo, and I can solo by myself tier 15 expeditions, and that's just my Techromancer.
Using the joint that gives you the health back.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. It's
and
very good for survivability.
Both blight turrets, and which one? My build is crazy. It's really
wait, I gotta ask. What's the other? You use the turret, and what's the other joint?
I use both turrets. I use
got you. Yep, the freeze one and the other one. Yeah.
So and then I'm getting my health back, and I keep them on the field, so I can have at least 5 to 6 turrets going at one time while I'm killing the boss.
Freezing them.
It's like a team by myself.
Yeah.
Also, I was going inside the back catalog. I was playing Psychonauts because I got a little information. I have to finish this game up because Psychonauts 2 is about to drop. And I've been saving my money this month. I had a hard choice between Biomutant and Resident Evil 8.
Okay.
I finished Resident Evil 7. Like I told you guys, I buckled down. I played the game. Horrifying, beautiful game.
Please don't say this story ends with you buying Biomutant over Resident Evil.
Yeah, no, I am, because I waited for Biomutant for so long.
Okay.
And everybody that I've seen that even had any inkling of touching the game, that's why I'm very interested in Matty's MrMattyPlays review on the game, to be honest with you, very seriously, because everybody says it's what they expected and what they wanted. And visually, from this small studio, it's amazing. Even though it's last gen, it's visually amazing. So that's where my money is going. And by the time I do get around to the Resident Evil, because I got 2 to play, the remake, and 3 remake to play, it'll be probably in Game Pass or be cheap. So
no doubt, you already know. Attic, you want to get these super chats in now, or because I see a couple of them from all the way from
let's
Flame.
Just go ahead and get them.
Yeah.
So we got final super chat from Flame Morning Realm, who is ready for the Biomutant, especially after THcore bodying that troll who tried to mock the dev team.
Jesus.
Disgusting. You got anything to say about that, King?
No, I got a lot to say.
We got a lot to say during the topic.
Later, sir, when that topic pops.
Uh-oh.
Got a $5 super chat from Poochie. What's I can't it's that name, man.
I love it. You
What's good,
like
family?
Poochie.
Got Lord Matty on here, Lord Bethesda himself.
Oh, all right.
How we feeling about Hellblade 2 news and it's not being an E3 per Jeff Grubb? How you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that game because I feel like when they revealed it at the Game Awards, you're like, all right, it's pretty safe expectation. We'll see it in like a year or two, right? We'll get a good idea. But Jeff saying it's not at E3, it's a little surprising. You know, you think you get some kind of update because Xbox and their notion of reveals makes no sense to me, right? Like, we'll obviously get into it, but it seems like they're pulling the trigger early on Starfield and kind of like re-revealing that. They re-revealed Fable, which was like leaked for years. They revealed that suddenly, and that was like 2 years out. They just have this tendency to do that. There's no way we're getting Perfect Dark relatively soon because that was like a startup studio that they're building over time. So it's like, man, they're so hard to predict. I thought that would be a sure shot thing. You know, we'll see a little Hellblade too, but I guess not. I trust Jeff, so you know,
we'll see.
A little surprising.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We got Smitty Smith, right, Attic?
Yeah, so we got a $5 super chat from Smitty Smith. Shout out to IOP KOS, the Addict Show, Lognet, and Aerial Knights. Never Yield, the Book of X.
Oh, salute. We hit him with the Book of X right quick.
We got a $5 super chat from Destin Furman. Much love to Maddie and the
all right.
Shout out to Dustin, Lord Dustin, the legend, you know what I'm saying, from Sacred Symbols. That's what's up, a Ham Podcast. We're going to get into it, man. Salute to the legend. You know what I mean? So what else we got?
We got a $5 super chat from the Talk You Fix. I definitely butchered your name. We're gonna move right past that though. Mad in here. I thought that Xbox S was the 1080p machine, but the PS5 proved me wrong.
God, they messy.
Have a great show.
They messy. No doubt. Got Hustle.
Hold on, I have to refresh it.
I got it. Let me get Hustle. Hustle and Motivate. That's the man DMV stand up. Go play Aerial Knights Devil Yield. It's fun and the music is super dope. Yes. Love the podcast. You are all great. Shout out to MrMattyPlays.
Hey, thank you.
Salute, Hustle and Motivate. And of course, my bro, Fonzarelli Gaming. Love my brothers here. Thank you for always being here on a Sunday, except for Soft. Oh, damn. Kidding. Seriously, thank you for all you bring to the community. Yo, much love, Fonzarelli. That's the homie. Yeah, shout out to him. One of the believers in ILP from the very beginning. And yo, go salute him, man. He's got a new podcast going on, one-on-one series. He interviews devs, games talk. Hit that up, man. He goes right after ILP. So if you got a long day, you want 2 podcasts, man, go rock out with Fonz.
Next week gonna be a long week for me. I'm gonna have to do something to be up.
Yeah, no doubt. You caught up at it because otherwise.
No, we're not. I have to keep refreshing.
Don't worry, I got you.
We got a $2 super chat from 108 Dragon. What's good, family?
Oh,
good.
108.
He had a great show yesterday.
Yes, he had fun speculation on. Shout out to Dragons Den podcast, 108 Dragons TV Saturdays. You already know what it is. New York stand up, Brooklyn. Forte.
And we got a $5 subscription from Forte. Happy Sunday, Lords. Have a great show. Hey, King Boo Boo.
You gotta do it to someone.
Hey Forte.
Do it to someone. Hey, King.
He ain't doing Hey King Boo Boo. And I gotta do Hey Forte. First of all, that's raid talk. So
yeah, that's raid talk. Salute.
Got a $5 super chat. Gerald Mack. All hail the IOP. Shout out to the Lords. Great show. Let's get it.
Woo!
Yes, sir, Gerald.
All right.
And then last one. Let's get the last one in before we take a little break for a while.
There's another one.
Paco,
Okay.
Paco Luigi.
Yeah.
I got it.
We got a $5. Okay.
Yeah.
We got a $5 super chat from Paco Luigi. Hey, Lords, love your content. Here to rep my man, MrMattyPlays.
Let's go, Paco.
Appreciate
Paco's
it.
heavily involved in my community, man. I love this guy.
That's great to see you here, man. Thank you, Paco. Much love. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. So shout out to the last word, my boy Ebontis, man. We had the legend in the building, man. We had Mark Turcotte from Guardian Radio, huge Destiny OG, one of the very first Destiny podcasts ever. And now he's actually branching off. He's been doing this thing called The Enthusiast Life, which is like geek culture and, you know, all things, everything gaming. And outside of Destiny as well as geek culture. So salute to him. It was good. He hasn't played Destiny in a while. He came back. He was giving his thoughts and stuff, telling us old Bungie stories before the game was released. And oh man, it was good. So if you want to hear like some real historic talk, check that out. And obviously we talk some Vault of Glass stuff and that. And yeah, for me, it's been finally finished Yakuza Like a Dragon. That game is absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, since
I
finished Mass Effect, I'm gonna go back to that.
Oh, brother,
I dropped like part of me like rushed through Mass Effect so much because I have this problem if there's a certain amount of time goes by, I feel like I gotta play the game over again, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So I'm gonna no life Mass Effect and go right back in the Like a Dragon chair like nothing ever happened. I never left it.
So good. I'm new to the series, and people told me I could play it because it's kind of like a standalone with a new protagonist and stuff. And it's so good because it has this good fusion of being funny, not taking itself seriously, but then having these really deep emotional tones. I'm like, damn, I kind of felt that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It kind of hit me away. So salute to them, man, and good to see their success. RGG Studios. I'm not even gonna pronounce the full name. I always butcher it. Ryu, whatever. But shout out to them. Good to see that, and I'm turn-based. I'm team turn-based, so I love to see it in that genre. And Judgment will continue for the other guys who like the other thing. More power to you, but that's that. Obviously, we did a Vault of Glass stream. Shout out to everybody who came in the raid to watch us fail and laugh at us. But it was fun. Oh, shout out to Randall Thor for being petty, being messy in our chat.
Fraudulent.
Yeah, put the fraud alert on my man real quick. That's my guy. That's my guy. It's all joke. But Randall Thor in here clown us. Oh, I remember Vault of Glass. I did that years ago. It's so easy. Look at the Lord struggling. Yikes. Okay, Mr.
Yikes.
Yeah. Oh, he yikes us.
And you know what's funny? Like, there's a part where now they count out the oracles. It used to be you just killed them when they popped up.
Yeah.
And Randy in the chat was like, I remembered. Why didn't you guys remember? So I'm just sitting here like, it's been years. I probably forgot. Yeah, and then I find out this morning that that's a new mechanic in the game. Yeah. And that wasn't in the other one. So Rand, tell me how that happened. How you remember
Get him. We got to get it because he didn't know that they changed mechanics in the raid. He's thinking it's 1-for-1. I'm like, yeah, we got you. But shout out to that.
Yeah, I heard they lied to people and it's not 1-for-1.
Yeah, no, it's not. Oh, no. They got things in there. They got no business being in there at certain parts. That's difficult. But yeah, shout out to that. Yeah. We did that. And now finally I could devote 100% of my energy back into Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Got to catch up to MattyPlays. He's out here moving it. You know what I'm saying? But look, we got all that stuff taken care of. But no, we got to get into what, now we got what the Lords have been playing. We got to get into what Lord MattyPlays has been up to, man. His video game system history, his journey as a content creator, and of course, what led him to creating the amazing YouTube channel and the Ham Radio podcast, as well as Defining Duke podcast. So, Lord Matty, let's start from the very beginning, man. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Whew. All right.
Years ago.
I think my first one was Game Boy Color. Not in the traditional way, like everyone talks about. Oh, it was gifted to me or whatever. Because I was very young. I found mine in the backyard, right? So I'm out there roaming, and there it is, purple Game Boy Color. I'm just like, yo, what is this thing, man?
Wait, you was in New York? You had did you find a little light? Was it a little light on it?
No.
Oh, okay.
He was about to say that was his.
Yeah,
he's like, you find mine.
All these years later, you owe me $200. Yeah, it was out there in the backyard, so I pick it up. I don't know what this thing is, right? So I end up just taking it in, messing around with it. I slept with it in my bed. I didn't know, man. I was and my parents eventually the next morning they're like, we're gonna take that back. I'm like, what do you mean?
Wow.
Find out it's neighbors, right? This makes sense. Like, they just don't fall from the sky. So my parents, being the phenomenal people they are, like, we'll get you your own. So they eventually got me my own, and that was really the start of it, right? It was the Game Boy Color, Pokemon Blue. And from there, like, really
that was it, man.
Oh, Attic approves?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
you see that smile?
Sitting there trying your hardest to beat Gary at the end, where I think his name was Red or Blue. No, it's Blue. It would have been Blue.
Mm-hmm. No, but here's the thing: is that with Pokemon, like, everyone's got this Charizard hype. I'm a big Blastoise guy, so like, I've always been on the
I'm a Venusaur person.
All right, I respect it.
He said, but that's not me.
I'll allow it. Yeah.
Y'all talking another language. I love it.
He definitely is, but I know what he's talking about though. But go ahead.
Hey, but if I battled your Blastoise, I'd stomp him with my Venusaur.
That's fair.
Well, hold on. We got it. I might have to
words.
call flag. I heard Jess Gordon gave you that work.
No. Like Blastoise is literally weak to Venusaur. Like,
Okay. Continue. I'm gonna let y'all go.
Yeah, just from there it was Game Boy Advance, N64, original Xbox was kind of like the real start of all. Munch's Odyssey, diving into that. It was like one of the launch games.
Oh, okay. Wait, time out. You just jumped from.
I just jumped like 5 years, man.
Well, yeah, exactly. Wait a second. Go back, right? So Nintendo got you in. You found it. You thought it was pennies from heaven, and you was in the bed, and your mother was like, "What's that?" And you was like, "Excuse you." And they found out that you thought you find his keepers. You had to find his keeper's face, and it's like, "No, we're gonna get you your own." All right. So now that you had your own, and then you played these wonderful games, you went over to the Nintendo 64. We're not just gonna skip over the Nintendo 64 because that's kind of a big moment, especially women, right?
Get it.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the timing was like. I can accelerate to the highlight. All right, yeah. So N64 was more of I call it the awakening, right? You know, because you're playing all these sprite games pretty much, and then I played Pokemon Stadium.
Okay, that was my joint.
Yeah, right. I still play that game, man. Like everything's in 3D. You have a commentator.
I was so surprised they never tried to continue that type of franchise.
Right, everyone's like, "Give me Pokemon Snap." I'm like, "Bro, put a photo mode in the next mainline game. Call it a day. Like, call it a day, and give us a new stadium.
Put that on Go and give me Stadium. Stop it. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, hype that up. And so I don't know why they haven't gone back to that, but for me, Stadium was that moment where you just everything comes to life.
Yeah,
and then there's that interactivity. I remember N64 had some type of adapter that you could like connect where, but you could
talk
put
about the memory card adapter that you put at the top.
Actually, I think but there was an expansion pack, maybe it was called, where you could put the
expansion pack. Yes,
you could put the like Game Boy cartridges in or something.
Oh, okay, you talk about that one. Yes, okay.
Yeah, and on Stadium, I had this mind blowing experience where I was playing. It was Pokemon Yellow this time. I was playing that on the big screen. I was like, dude, this is wild, man. Yeah. So just. What
and
Nintendo
those things
did
are expensive now. Like, if
I
you
know.
get those expansion packs. Like,
continue, little Matty.
Yeah. What's funny is like on Pokemon, there used to be like a little place you could put it in the Pokemon Stadium, like your Pokemon from the games. So I would put all of my Pokemon on that little expansion, and then restart Pokemon Blue and bring them all right back.
This is Pokemon talk. He happy.
He like, yes, we got somebody my age that's talking my games. I love it.
Matty, so
it's nice because normally I'm outnumbered, man.
I got you.
This is why I asked him about this, because this is around the time Addy got into this, and I mean, the Nintendo 64 did so many different things. People don't really understand. Nintendo was very innovative with that console itself, with rumble packs, with analogs, with memory expansions, all this incredible stuff that they were trying and doing with everybody. And they had iconic games that they never brought forward, like Pokemon Coliseum, stuff like that. And I just wanted to hear more about it, because I noticed, like you said, this was your awakening in video games. Like, you had the penny from heaven situation, but now this is actually your joint, and it's going on. And this is probably what really defines Matty Play going on. Yeah. So I just really wanted to know more about this.
Continue that Stadium talk. You was in your bag.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I guess what it really trails into is that, like, I was on Sega Dreamcast at one point. Shenmue was my jam over there.
There you go.
Now you got me.
All right, I got everyone in now. I got some respect all over. It's because like Shenmue is that, to me, always stuck out to me was I was watching my brother play. And eventually I got my turn, but I got a story on how I destroyed his Dreamcast, by the way. But
you gotta tell that.
But for Shenmue, I'm sitting there and I'm watching him play, and you can like check your watch, right? Because in Shenmue 1, for those who don't know, you would like have times that you had to be in certain places. It was like this real living, breathing world. And my brother's like, I got to go there at 8. And I'm like, what do you mean? And watching him like wait at a spot and 8 hits and the mission starts, like, what? Yeah. That was wild, man.
Blew your mind. Bro. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Shenmue was transformative for its time.
100%.
Real life simulator. Got to go to sleep and everything.
It doesn't get enough love nowadays, I think, for all it did. Just that level of interactivity. Like, you can just get drinks from the vending machine. You can
arcades in the
but
game.
What I'm hearing is Yakuza actually continues that type of game.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's like the spiritual success. I would agree with that. But continue.
what's crazy is like you guys have like the Shenmue, because I didn't really play Shenmue. Like I play like the Way of the Samurai. There's like a different one, but it was more like you're killing people. I remember that like at the beginning you find someone on some train tracks and like you're sitting there talking to them. You're tied up, and if you don't convince your way out of it, the train just hits you. Like it's game over. You got to start over again.
That's cool. Wait, I'm sorry. Continue on this Dreamcast and the Shenmue talk. You were going. Continue.
Yeah. So the way I destroyed the Dreamcast was I had this innovative idea. Right. My brother tells me, he's like, the Dreamcast can play music. Like if you put a CD in there.
Yes.
Gets the newest Ludacris album. It's sitting there. I'm just like,
Luda.
yeah. So I'm like, all right, cool. So he's got, I don't know what game it was, man, but I want to say it was like NBA or something like that. And I'm like, I want to play NBA while listening to Ludacris.
Right.
Salute.
And so I throw both discs in, man, at the same time.
No, Matty.
Yeah. And I just jack the system up, man.
How old was you?
I had to be 5.
Oh, okay.
No.
Now
that made sense. Because had you said you was 13, you would have to get beat up.
yeah, absolutely. No. No. So yeah, he freaked out about that, dude. I wreaked havoc for my brother when I was younger, man. I really did.
Rest in peace to that Dreamcast.
Yeah, I know.
So you stacked them on top and then put them in?
Yeah, put them in there, and all you hear was like, I'm like, that must not be. Yeah. Like,
was it pure terror in your face when you heard the sound? Like, what was that?
It was more like a blank scientific stare of, I'm not sure what's happening right now, but I think it's not working.
Like,
he thought it was urgent. He thought it was happening.
Yeah, I was looking at the screen waiting for something to happen, right? I was waiting for Ludacris to come on. And like,
I like that 5-year-old Matty really wanted to bump that Luda though. Like he really wanted to get Luda on that game.
He started hearing that sound, and he's like, "Well, I've never done this. Maybe that's what it's supposed to be."
Right? I didn't know any better. So
shout out to 5-year-old Matty listening to Ludacris.
That's what I'm saying. I'm loving this story all around. This is great. This is great.
Yeah, in my head, I think Christmas later on, I got the original Xbox, and that was a big deal because I think NFL Fever was huge. I love that game. I don't know, no, dude, the football, like not even football, but like just sports spinoffs back in that era do not get enough love, man. We got some really cool games, and NFL Fever was one of my favorites.
People back then,
now they're hitting your wallet. That's what.
That's it. Off tackles.
Jet Set Radio Future was huge for me.
Yep.
And Munch's Odyssey, like I said, Munch's Odyssey, probably the most significant one, because I think that was like the start of my love for RPGs. And it's kind of weird because it's not really a role-playing game. It's more like you make choices and they influence your ending, but not like a control the world sort of way.
Yes.
So for those who haven't played Munch's Odyssey, pretty much you have these Mudokons that are serving as like slaves, or and they're being attacked by these sligs, and you pretty much got to free them and fuzzles every level, and you can choose not to free them or whatever. And so as a kid, like being able to free them all and then get like a good ending, and then go back and not free them all and get a bad ending, and just seeing how dialogue changes with I forget his name, but the guy who will like pop up and give you your mission briefing pretty much. If you're like good karma or bad karma, he's going to talk to you differently. And so what I always said to my parents was like, I wish I had to create your, what did I say? Choose your own adventure game is what I called it.
Remember those
like those books?
The books.
Did
you buy
the books were huge for
me.
We
all had those books, right?
For me, bro. I'm so glad you mentioned that, not to cut you, but
you're good.
It was a huge part of my childhood because if anyone's not familiar, Matty, right? It was one of those things where you get these books, and it wasn't a story that you read from start to finish. It was one of those decisions. You get to certain parts of the book, and it's like, if you
turn
do
to
this,
page 13,
turn to page 13.
like
if
this,
you do that, and then the whole dynamic. So it was literally like a role-playing game, and it was a good trick to get kids to read.
I had a Sherlock Holmes.
I ate that up.
When I was little, and it said like because I had to drink something, and it's like if you drink it or choose not to, turn to page like 20 something. So I decided to drink it, and I got to page 20 something and said, "You've been poisoned." I was like,
did you flip back right away? You're like,
no, I don't want to be poisoned.
No, it's real. And one other shout out I want to give is a book called Grail Quest. I know Sipsov was here, and a lot of people remember this. It was literally like you had to have a pen and a paper. You had to do your hit points. It was literally
that sounds awesome.
Bro, it's awesome, and it's a series of them. Grail Quest, look them up. They are amazing. You have your hit points, but there's only one little trick that after a while, if you play them enough, you start to get smart to, is whenever it says, if you do this, go here. But if it says, hey, go to page 13, you knew you was dead.
Yeah. Yo, Matty, I got a question.
Sure.
Did you get a chance to play the PlayStation 5's Munches game that?
Soulstorm. Yes.
Yeah. Is it a remake? Because I didn't get a chance to play it. Is it a remake of it? I'm hearing like it's a remake.
Yeah, it's a remake of Abe's Exodus.
Reimagining.
Yeah, and a reimagining in a lot of ways because they tell the story completely differently.
Right.
It's more dark, honestly,
Right.
and I should preface, by the way, for anyone listening, I am like in a very, 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 very small role in the game, like very, very tiny role. So like, I should just let everyone know that, so in case they're worried about any bias. But yeah, it's like a remake / reimagining of Abe's Exodus, and it got a lot of flack. And I'm a little biased in general. Just I like I just said, I grew up with this series. I've played everyone. I love them all. But I really liked how they approached the storytelling. I thought it was gripping because it was much more dark, and it's something they've tapped into the darkness a lot in the Outworld games, but not as much as this one. Right. And when you combine that with some of its tools that you can use, like we see so many crafting systems in games nowadays. Like it actually works in this one though. Okay. It makes sense because Abe is notoriously weak. Like you can't fight with him, so you got to use your surroundings. So it makes sense for Abe. But I get why it wouldn't jive with people. But yeah, if you have a chance to try it out at some point, I would say
I'm thinking about it.
It's worth the look. You don't got to rush to it. I don't think it's that incredible. I like a lot of the other Outworld games more, but I do think it's worth a play. Like I think I do think it's good.
And salute to you, Ben. Can we do a spoiler on the roll that you read? or should they wait and get it and then
It's literally just like I'm one slig that you'll hear over an intercom on the train level. Yeah, so you just hear me kind of talking like this, and it's just like
salute to Matty, man. We ain't gonna let you gloss over that. Salute to you for being up in the game. That's what's up. You. But continue the gaming history, sir. So we talking Dreamcast, and then continue to go on. My fault.
Xbox,
interrupt me whenever, man. Probably keeps the flow of the show a little bit better if I'm not just sitting here talking for an hour. Yeah, so the Xbox was big, and so I was talking about choosing my own adventure games, and I was and I remember walking into Circuit City, man. And, and we walk in, and it's me and my dad, and I see this $10 and below bin, and my dad's like, my dad, being as amazing as he is, he's like, yeah, right.
That's like Game Pass.
Let's go. The first Game Pass. Continue. Circuit City, let's go.
That really was the first. Dude, you felt like you were just picking them all out. You were just like, dude, I can get whatever I want now.
Yes. Yeah, because you knew the price of games. So you knew if they said they was buying you a game and they had $50, and then you said, okay, the below bin, I'm going into the below bin.
Oh, dude. Yeah, you take a couple of risks in there. You're like, I might not like this, but it's $5. It's not my money. Like, hey, why not?
Let's go.
What's in that bin?
So, yeah, so I remember seeing Splinter Cell, but the game that stuck out to me most, I saw Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and I'm looking at because I've only at this point I was not a huge Star Wars fan at all. Like I didn't even care about it. I wouldn't even say I liked it. I just was disinterested in it, if anything. And I see it though, and it's $10, and I just remember thinking this doesn't look like Star Wars. As you look at the front cover, you'd see the lightsabers and whatnot, but you wouldn't see the clone troopers and the droids that were common during that era. And I'm thinking, well, so I picked that out. I'm like, I want this. It was the platinum hits one, so it was like the silver case and everything.
Nice.
I go home, my mind is blown. Woo! First thing I see is creating your own character. I go, this is what I imagine, right? Because we didn't have the internet was not as relevant for game coverage, I feel, then. You get guides and whatnot, but I was not on there searching for games. So I would honestly, for a lot of my games, I would tell my parents or my friends, like, oh, I wish I had this type of game. And they would show me flyers and stuff from Best Buy or Circuit City or whatever. And I'd circle stuff that I think would be in that realm. Like I remember Ninja Turtles game was one I wanted to see. My mom got me a official Xbox magazine, and that was one of the previews for it. And so I remember like reading about that and saying like, yeah, I want this, and they got it for me for Christmas. That was sort of how the loop was, man.
Right.
They fueled the passion. I always say I'm eternally thankful for my parents, man. They were incredible.
Right.
And so yeah,
they didn't want you going around claiming people boxes anymore.
Man,
they got tired of them games.
They don't want a criminal son,
Matty was like, all I see, I keep.
That was probably a very awkward conversation. I think your kid took my kid's Game Boy.
Yeah, right.
And
My
he's
parents
like,
had that moment of like, did we save some money? And go, no, he didn't. What are you talking about? We just
Matty
bought
said
him that.
if he really loved it, he would have slept with it.
I'm done.
Yeah, right.
She's mine now. She chose me.
Continue, Matty.
Yeah. So KOTOR, I've talked to it to the point of, if anyone is listening, it's from my channel. Oh my God, man! I talked about this game a gross amount, but I love this game. Like, if I can marry a video game, this is it. You know, like
I always tell Cognito, because it's like, Mass Effect's good. It is, but like
it is.
I feel like if KOTOR was built and designed around the foundation of through every game that Mass Effect was, KOTOR would be that game. But like, I love the first one. I love the second one. Probably the first one more because of the whole like mind blow of Raven thing. But like, but besides that, it's just like there hasn't been a time where I've played a game and I'm like, these people, man. And I gotta give it to BioWare. Like back in those days, man, BioWare, they had you make decisions that you would just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'd rather not play at this point. Like,
tough decisions, man. But yeah, so talking about that KOTOR and like you play it and like it just instantly like grabs you. Like what?
I think that was his RPG awakening.
Yeah, talk to us.
Exactly that RPG awakening for sure. You just, like I said, the character creator. It wasn't extensive. No, you just like pick a different portrait and whatnot. Right. So like I was just running around with whoever and. But it was that moment of like choosing your stats, and being like, well, I could be stronger, and so I do like this full strength build because that's the thing that as a kid is like more power, but it was like customizing my experience to some extent, and then you get into Traskolgo on the Endar Spire, you're talking to him, and you just start to see like 3 things you can choose to say. I'm like, what? Like I can be myself, and. Because
was you evil or was you?
I was good. I was good.
Okay.
I was a good kid, despite destroying CDs and systems and all that stuff. I was a good kid. I would say.
That ludicrous.
The biggest question is what decision did you make at the end? That's when you was good or bad. The whole game is irrelevant. What you did at the end is what it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this much, right? Like, I didn't understand the nuance of choice quite well. It was my first time going in, so like someone like Juhani. She was dead. She's dead, man. Like I was like, I'm not saving her. You don't really. And you go through the whole game, you're missing a portrait in the party menu, and you're like, oh, what am I gonna unlock this girl? And you don't because like she's dead.
The Sith that you're supposed to have. Yeah, I killed her too. And I didn't even like. What's funny is I didn't even know she's supposed to be part of your party till years later.
Oh, dude, like, I think a lot of people had that.
Yeah, and they go back and they can play it now. Shout out to Xbox.
But dude, it's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Continue, man.
Yeah, and so yeah, I played as a good guy for that, and I think that was really it, right? Like that was the game I went back to, and I kept playing, like year after year after year, man. Like it was, I would be in other games, but I was very much, and I think a lot of people talked about this with their childhoods. I was very much like a buy it and stick with it kind of guy. Like very rarely, I didn't come home with a haul. I come home with one game, that'd be my game for a while. So for people who are familiar with my stuff, they'll know like I'll talk about certain games like pretty authoritatively, like KOTOR is one of them because I have decades of time spent in that game world. Like I know it like the back of my hand.
I think mine was Final Fantasy. So like a lot of the Final Fantasy.
That's the reason why I had asked about the Nintendo, because I thought you was gonna say that like you had got hooked on Zelda, because I know you and RPGs, right?
Yeah.
But now when you had got to KOTOR, I saw your eyes light up. I saw you look to the left, like you get all these memories rushing in. This is the going back, because we talked about Fallout 76 earlier before we even started the show, right? So it's stuff like this that defines the person going forward in our choices and what we pick. Because it started with Turbo Graphics with Wise, and some people call it Ease.
Yeah.
You know,
some of the best music. It was
right. It was the first CD that I put in. And it talked.
Yes.
And it was like, you know,
we like vocals.
And the visuals and the game. And it started getting me into the RPG down, and I went from Final Fantasies and stuff like that. I mean, Fantasy Stars and stuff like that. And, you know, and Final Fantasies later. But I've noticed that. Were you hooked to Western RPGs going forward, or did you dabble in any Japanese RPGs?
Yeah, it's funny. I was because a lot of people call me a weeb now, but
Right.
you know, growing up, I was like very anti JRPG, and the game that broke that seal is pretty crazy. It was on the 360, no less. It was Final Fantasy 13-2, which is not okay,
yeah. Now he can leave. Now,
yeah. We taking away his credibility. We got to get him out of here now.
I knew what else.
So wait, hold on. What was it about it? Because I mean, again, I'm not.
What was it about it?
I'm not judging as hard as
I'm judging,
but I know he's. But I'm curious that as to why that particular. Why did that break through to Matty?
Yeah. All right. So I really think it was self-awareness at this point is what happened, because I played a ton of Kingdom Hearts, you know, but I was like,
you back in at
it. Yeah. So, you know, I'm in that space. I'm playing these games that are Japanese developed. They are JRPGs, but because they were like more tailored to my taste, I'm like, they're not. It's like the people who go, I especially during my like growing up, I liked anime, like Naruto and stuff. But people are like, oh, that's weird, you know, that's stupid. Nowadays, it's really popular. But
it's crazy how that's happened.
I know.
To be weird. Flip. Now it's popular.
Anime
used to be weird. Now they literally owns TikTok.
Like, the reason why is because we grew up and we control everything. But go ahead.
Finish this. I gotta hear this final. Continue.
So I just realized one day that these games I have been playing, some of them were JRPGs. And so I was one of those people who's like, oh, I don't like that stuff. And someone would go, you like Dragon Ball? You like Pokemon? I'd be like, yeah. Oh, you like anime, right? That was kind of that moment. And so like, oh, do you like Kingdom Hearts? Yeah, that's a JRPG. And it's like, well, I guess I always have. So it became that self-awareness where you go, wow, I guess I do like these games. And for me, Final Fantasy 13-2 was you were talking about Vocals King. For me, it was the first game I can recall where it wasn't just like instrumentals in the background. Other games have done this before, but you just heard people singing. And I remember that just really resonating with me big time. I think it was why it started off, you know, one of those building blocks for why I'm such a freak about Persona, because that's all that game is, man. They're just making true music, and they're like, hey, they should fit, and they just throw it in there.
You know what's funny? I love making fun of Persona with the exaggerations when they say Persona right at the beginning of all their turns.
Oh yeah.
When you click anything, they're like Persona, and I'm like, can we stop that, please?
No, you gonna get Kaibatsu mad. He hates when you be slandering his Persona. But continue.
Yeah, so that's sort of like how I fell into JRPGs, and from there it was just, you know, I guess it was just embracing who I was, because I think that was sort of my thing growing up. Like I was surrounded by, like, how would I say this? I played sports, but like I was surrounded by kids who were very clearly athletes.
Right.
And I would say I had athletic abilities, but I was not an athlete, you know. And so for me, gaming was my thing. And, you know, I get teased about it from time to time. Nothing like so severe, like bullying or anything. But like, I mean, it's happened occasionally, but it wasn't like that bad. And until, I guess YouTube's just started to take off, where I thought I was alone on this, right? Like that was my mindset. Like I literally was sitting there playing these games. I'd sit in an Xbox party with like buddy or two. Sometimes I just play by myself. Most times I play by myself because no one around me really was interested. And so YouTube became over time really starting with the angry video game nerd. I do these fake angry reviews. And I'd be yelling at a camera, and thank God those videos are gone. Thank God they're gone, but they were bad, man. And so you know, so you go a little bit forward into it, and I start making like glitch videos, tips and tricks videos, and I'm sure we'll get into that in a little bit. But
good transition.
Point being is you know, for me it was like kind of that. It was multiple awakenings, and for me, YouTube served as this comforting realization, like, hey, you're not the only guy sitting there digging video games.
Yes.
And it wasn't enough where I would stop or I felt weird, but I felt like. At times you're like, am I wasting my time? Like, but I was like, these are so good. There's such great experiences here. And So it's really thanks to YouTube that I fell in love with it again and again and again.
That's awesome.
And then you actually saw like the views and the likes or people subscribing and people looking at whatever you were doing, and then that gave you affirmation to, all right, you know, a confirmation in that situation that, okay, what I'm doing is right. Because I remember when you said that the internet wasn't so expansive for you younger, and you were looking for like strategies or how to, and you know, they would circle inside the magazine or circular, and they would think that this game is for you. But now that you had the internet and you was using YouTube, and then you was also voicing yourself, you were given a guide to avoid that you had that was missing, and that was in your space, because you said, you know, well, maybe if they don't know about this, I can help that kid out that didn't know. Because I didn't hear you say anything like you had a tag team buddy. Like I would always like have a tag team buddy at some point in time with games, and like you said, you was a solitary person when it came to these games. And I know RPGs resonate with you, and I think that's the reason why. So I'm just like trying to analyze it while we're talking. But
by all means, it's really just having control of the experience, and like, you know, because you're doing it on your own, right? So RPGs are like the primary, to me at least, they're the primary, like insert yourself into the world and just kind of get immersed. And I think that's why they really sat with me, because I had buddies that would like want to play couch co-op Turtles in Time, you know, on the SNES. We'd get together at the school, we'd play Mega Man together. That was a pretty big deal. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance was another one, like these couch co-op beat 'em ups with loot.
I remember Dark Alliance.
Dark Alliance is great, man.
What's funny is I never finished that game because which one was on the GameCube?
They had Dark Alliance 1 and 2. So
see, I had that and it got stolen. So
it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Matty said, "Oh, excuse me,
man,
it was not in my backyard, man."
We have confirmed.
I know who lived next door. It wasn't Matty. So we're good on that. Okay, we're good on that.
I want to back Matty up because he said something I don't want to gloss over. That, and King kind of expounded on it too. Was that, you know, one thing I appreciate you just said in reference to, you know, having this passion for games, right? But almost feeling like you're the only one, right, at the time, and not having that community. And then, you know, because you actually started YouTube pretty early, like about 13, right, if I'm mistaken. Like you started early.
I started really early.
Yeah. And the thing it really resonates with me is that when I look, because I'm older, and I look at the gaming community, and to me, it's crazy that dudes are legit beefing with each other over video games, right? I come from that era. We from New York, where, in my opinion, like, the dudes that were in the game, we were clowns. Like, it wasn't cool to be a gamer. There wasn't a lot of us. So when you found someone, it was like he was your brother automatically. Let's go, you play game. Oh, I love that game. And then either you trade it, you exchange, and it was this brotherhood, because it was like this secret club that not too many people you knew was a part of it. And I'm so glad you said what you said, because at the end of the day, that's what I always try to express to when I see people beefing, like real beefing with each other because they like a different. I'm like, bro, at the end of the day, that guy should be your brother, or that girl should be your sister, because they love gaming. You feel what I'm saying? You get what I'm going with this, Matty?
Absolutely, yeah. Because I had two buddies I can think of that we would exchange games and all that stuff. But you know, outside of that, it was like it was pretty rare. And so you embrace that friendship through games. Like, of course, we love one another just for each other, but. It was just, it was one of those things where, you know, there were so many games that I would not have discovered if it were not for them. Like, I am, you know, because I'm pretty well known for, I'd say, RPGs on my channel, but I don't think anyone knows how obsessed I am with Mega Man. Like, I play that all the time. Like, I'm not a big fan of like the classic Mega Mans, but like I'm a huge fan of the X series. You know, like the X Command Mission, like, which is a turn-based RPG for Mega Man. Are you kidding me? There's 0 games. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's so good, man.
Now that's you have my attention.
I'm
like, who said turn-based?
Right. It's a great. It's a grid space turn-based.
Okay.
Continue. It's amazing, man. I love that game.
Supposedly they're getting remade or something like that. I don't know those.
I would love if they did. I know that there was that Capcom leak that was saying that they're doing something with Mega Man apparently next year, according to their internal documents. So I was just like crossing my fingers, because the other Mega Man series I really like, I have the original copies of them, is Battle Network. It was Game Boy Advance exclusive. Yeah, I actually got their sequel, Star Force, right here. And so,
that's what's
nice,
dude. I love Mega Man. So it's like, you know, if it weren't for my buddy though, who I lived near, who would get these games and then see like, hey, come over and check out Mega Man X8 it was, or check out Command Mission, I'd be like, yo, oh my god, like I gotta go, I gotta see this thing. And when I did, mine was blown again.
Nice.
Yeah, see, I'm not gonna shame you with my little Mega Man love. I came from the Nintendo NES cartridge, and where we had to leave it on because it was no save feature. So don't touch it. Turn the TV off. Your mother doesn't know, but the light is on your joint.
Yeah.
And she comes in there and she's like, "Oh, this is on."
Oh no!
Oh no! Yeah. That's a violation.
You at Scissor Man. You like?
No, it's real, man. No, this is real stuff, and I love what you talk about. I want to transition real quickly because I know we can talk games forever. You got so much, like it's crazy dope history. You started to talk about the influence of getting into content creation, right? And you had some of those videos, some of that like little angry reviews and stuff like that. So like what then started to push you forward to say, okay, you know what? I really want to do this regularly. Like I really want to get into, YouTube.
It was two things. First was, and this is going to sound sort of asinine, but I'll extrapolate a little bit more. I didn't want to work a normal job. I don't know how else to say it, right? Like
I feel you.
I would really just hear people around me constantly complaining about retail or wherever they worked. Like it was not great. And I always said, I remember in second grade, I was sitting at my buddy's house talking to his mom, and we were always like, what do you want to be when you're older? And I always said lawyer because my parents were like, you got to be a lawyer. You argue way. That was their thing, man. I was like, okay, all right, sure. I can respect that. So I embraced that, right? I embraced my argumentative side. She's like, what would be like a job, like a dream job then? And I told her, I said, I'd want to play video games. And I remember us all laughing. It was like this kind of like, never.
That Matty's crazy.
Yeah, like I embraced that. I was like, oh yeah, sure. It's like, what are the odds? I'm gonna work a normal person job. And so as I grow up and I see that there are just people who care about this. I didn't think, oh hey, when I start making YouTube videos in like 2010 or whatever it was, even before that, because I was making like skate bail videos and whatnot. Like I didn't think, hey, this is gonna turn into a paycheck of any kind. And so really, as it developed, and I just kind of wanted to have this. I think at the end of the day, I really did just want to have this platform because I'd watch like Angry Video Game Nerd. I'd watch reviews from GameSpot. Because they used to have like an old GameSpot reviews channel. You can watch these like vintage ones where they're in a studio with like a television behind them, and it's like in 360p. Like it's just not. It's like wow, like these are relics. And just watching, I was like, there is something here, and so I just always wanted that. So really, the first and foremost thing was it was just a desire to not work that normal job, but also the second thing is just wanting to have that platform.
I guess it was really more of you wanting to be happy because you heard these horror stories of people working 9 to 5.
Yeah,
like that's not what I want to do.
I didn't want that lifestyle, man. Like I wanted to just live a good, happy life, play some games, and so that's what I was kind of going for, and I guess it worked out a little bit, but it was definitely spawned mostly from just the horror stories, that you'd hear.
Nah, hey, bro. Yeah, it definitely did it. And that is so cool because again, at that time, like you're saying, it was something kind of, I would say unheard of, but it didn't seem like something realistically could happen because, from that era, your parents are like, hey, you're going to be this. And, most kids, they graduate, they kind of gravitate towards that, right? Like that's what you think you're supposed to do. And that, that's just some fun stuff. And, you can't really make a living out of that. So to see you transform and then and continue with that is really cool. And I want to get into your content real quick because one thing I really respect about it is, you really champion like a lot of original ideas. You got like a lot of unique content. I love like humanity's worst games. And, you know what I'm saying? He's got the RPG time machine. You had that. And then one thing recently that I know took a lot of work was that and I can shout out to Lord ACG. We had like rating the Game Pass games. And just like I'm like that had to take. And he's like, kid, you got to see it. Like he's got like a whole layout. And he's systematically going through every game, putting it in a ranking, the S rank, the A rank, you should try it, giving you a brief synopsis. And I'm saying to myself, as a fellow content, I'm like, that took a lot of work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So salute to you on that. But like,
thank you.
Why is that type of content so important to Lord Matty Plays?
Man, I think part of it's I look around at people's energy level. I look at the content people do, and I try not to watch too much because that's where like that imposter syndrome, at least for me, trickles in a little bit. And you're like, man, I'm feeling like I'm not doing enough. So I just have this mindset, and it's gotten unhealthy at times. So I try to temper it, but it's like you can make very shiny, sparkly content, but you will never outwork me. That's my mindset. It's like you'll never, and that's at times a little overly competitive.
Let's go. That's the New York. Let's talk. That's right. Yeah. You put in the work, and your content may be good, but when it comes to that work ethic, when it comes to putting,
I'll be there every day.
Yeah, listen, he's the Evander Holyfield of content. Let's go. you may have a little bit more flash in your pan, but at the end of the day, you're not gonna outwork him.
Go ahead,
Matty. Exactly. I think of it like a role player or something, right? And like any sports team, you're like, this guy does his job really well, right? And so I think of it that way. I embrace my role. Like I'm the RPG guy. It's like, let's hit the highest ceiling for that. Because I love doing that, and like I'm not going to stop loving doing that. I know that. Like, so for me, it's about putting in the work. It's, I when it comes to making like those bigger videos though, I think it's just that I look at times and I see people sort of tossing out lazier whatever pieces of content, and some people are cool with that, by the way. Like some people work a different job and YouTube's their side thing, so they'll sit down, flip on the webcam, and let that be that. This is my full-time thing, so it's like I have just a very strong conscience where it's like I cannot escape it, where if I feel like I've under-delivered, like I'm disappointed in myself. It never feels good. And so I look at, the amount of support I've gotten on Patreon. I look at the amount of people who have let me grow. That's really what it's at the core of, is kind of like trying to pay people back. Because, I started this, like I said, when I was super young. So I'm making these videos while I'm growing up, man. So there's stupid stuff I've said, done, ridiculous skits and all the likes that bad takes. Like I've had to just grow through them because it's like he's young, like and people were understanding with that. Nowadays, I don't know if they'd be as understanding. Right?
Everybody cancels you now.
Right. I was, who knows if I was a good candidate or not? But I thought I was decent. Now. All things. I was gonna say I thought I was decent. All things accounted for. But I was, I definitely was a little more loudmouth and all that. And so, even though I made my missteps and had been called out and everything. People still tuned in, and to me that spoke to there's something here that clearly people believe in me enough to to give me a chance. It wasn't like people were hate clicking, going like, oh, let's see what this moron's saying. Because I knew I wasn't like just an idiot. I was like, I think I've made a couple of missteps here, and so as really, I think my big turnaround started around 2016.
Okay,
and it was a build up. So. I made this kind of like, I remember sitting, it was like not in this exact chair, but I was in this exact work area. I was reading my comment section. I see Fallout 4 is getting dragged again just because it's not as good as 3 in New Vegas. And I get ticked. I'm just like, I'm like, man.
Kicking in. All right.
Yeah. I'm like, man, again. I'm like, again, because I'm a only Bethesda content creator at this point. I'm like, again, they're doing it. Like, okay. I'm going to make a video talking about like Fallout 4 and just why I think it's getting disrespected. So no script, nothing. I pop off, right? I sit there, I fly off the handle.
That's right.
Video's still up, by the way. Because I don't run away from the mistakes I made. But I was just like,
it's out there. Check it.
It's out there. Go look at it. I don't care. You can see how much I've grown. That's what I say.
That's right.
So it's there. And I pretty much just talked out my butt about pretty much how I think Bethesda's being disrespected, that it's wrong that you think Fallout 4 is that bad, pretty much telling people their opinion's wrong. And I think at the end of the day, I could have made a very educated argument and people would have taken it better. But the reality is I got lazy. I sat there. I just didn't throw up a script or even bullet points, which is what I typically do to allow free thought.
Same here.
And I just let it rip. And a YouTuber by the name of Rags takes my video and he's like, this is terrible. He just rips it apart. Now I'm sitting there. It's a half-hour video, right? The video I posted was 4 minutes. He turned it into a half hour.
He had the 30-minute.
Yeah. It was the Matty roast tape for 30 minutes. And I'm like, whoa, my God. So you're seeing people write in, just saying like, about time you got called out. It was like a pretty it was a pretty tough moment, especially because I'm sitting there like all day, just like thinking like, what do I do? What do I do? Right? And so I'm like, I get it, right? That's what happened. It's like, I get it. And it was that moment of like, I needed that moment. I did. As much as it sucked, I needed that moment. And so I made a video saying, look, if I get where you're all coming from, this video is also up. I think it's called like Bethesda Fanboyism or something like that. I was like, I'm going to be better. So hold me accountable. You can watch and I understand if you want to leave. And I left it in their hands because I was like, I get it, man. And I just held myself accountable more and more and more. And I think that's what led to a lot of growth is because I know what it's like to be called out. And from there, it's just been steadily building uphill. And now we're in a pretty good spot where a lot of people, there was a period of time, especially last year, because last year was a year of strong growth for me. Where people were coming in going, I haven't watched you in X amount of years, and wow, you've become so much better. And that was like that approval where you're like, damn, like, all right, thank you. I feel like I've finally done it, right? I feel like I finally achieved what I was setting out to do, which was like prove to people like, hey, I'm not the immature kid anymore. Like, I get it. Like I was right now, but you know, I've grown up and I'm not like overly serious. I have a good time, but like I can give you an educated conversation. I can bring you the facts. I can bring you the fun. Like I can do it. And I guess it just took, you know, the small group of people to believe in me when I launched my Patreon in 2017 to see like 80 people sign up at that time and be like, I believe in you. And you're like, 80 people, like you can fill a room with that, man. Like that's crazy. Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't think people realize when it comes to like, even if you're starting out streaming, you get like 10, 15 people in a stream, like that's a lot. Like that is a line trying to get into the lunchroom. Like and then you're thinking like there's 520, 30 people in here. Like that's a movie theater. Like
hit those likes, please, and share. Anyway, but I remember when we had 10, 15 people in the room, and it really was. The first time we hit 100 people in the room, I think I talked about it for 2 weeks.
Now look at this, man. Like you guys are doing amazing. That's what it's all about, right? Is that gradual buildup. And if anyone ever is out there creating content, just use that as perspective. Look at like the room I'm in right now, man. You tried to fit 540 people in here. No, it's not happening. Like no way. Like it would fill up an arena. Not an arena, but like a theater space. I know. And that's what's incredible about it, man, is the ability to reach out to so many people. So I've never lost that perspective, just being able to see how many people actually believe in me and in turn believe in myself.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
You know what I like? I like that one person that has always been there. You know, and it's a bunch of y'all, but I like I'm just gonna highlight one person, right? Because I swear I think I can remember him for as long as we've been doing this. Smitty Smith,
yeah, for sure.
And he's everywhere. Like if I throw up a KOS, Smitty Smith. You know, if I'm on Twitter, Smitty Smith, and you know everything. And I just say, damn, these are people that it could be anywhere in the world that you resonate with on whatever level. You resonate with them, and you have a connection with this individual all over. And if I could, like I said, if I could reach one person and have a connection with one person, I'm truly happy. Right. Because I look at people content and I look for a connection or something that ties us together.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't really watch a lot of people podcasts. I don't really do a lot of things like live stuff, like you said, because you don't want to have that same mind thought of other people's stuff. But if I do come across your content and I do get a chuckle, I do see something that inspires me, I feel that I owe it to you to just check it out.
Hit
that like button, because that stuff means
so much to a growing content creator.
That content creator.
Preach it, King. You know what I'm saying? I just want to jump into something else Matty said that I feel. Get at it, and then I'll jump in.
And you know, I've noticed that you go a little bit beyond that. Like I've noticed, obviously I'm not a big name at all. You know, I would say I'm like a small fish in a small pond.
So but my son watches you. That's the stuff I don't like. He actually watches Attic.
when I jump in like a podcast and I say something in the chat, like the amount of energy that people have just because I'm there. It does.
Yes.
Like, man, I could literally just bring your stuff and press pause. You would never know. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they see you there, they're so ecstatic. And like when I was on, I've been on podcasts in the past. It's just like they get so much energy because like there's nothing more than the people, the community that you support all the time, seeing that energy returned in some way. Because sometimes it really do be feeling like it's a one-way street sometimes. Right. Like it is just like, all right, man, I guess I gotta be the Gina X-Man and just raise the whole thing myself.
Thank you, Attic. I appreciate that. That means Attic watch KOS.
You watch King of the Statue. Nah, listen, this is all dope, man, because everybody's making a fantastic point, and I gotta.
Which, to be fair, I do the videos.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That little piece that I put out to whoever, like some people say I never even knew that story, what you were saying, and I didn't know about that character or whatever. And like Matty says, you will not outwork him. Me, my thing is, you cannot know more knowledge than I know about the stuff that I'm talking about. Right. And I pride myself on that. So I'm not going to talk out of the box on a character that I don't know. And it won't be here. But it would be something that I do know that I feel that I can give to you that I don't think that you did know. Because Cognito does the same exact thing, Matty. When he gave you your intro, he crafts these intros throughout the week. And he's digging on research for you. I think the FBI need to hire him. Because he will get something so obscure, so minuscule that you forgot about, and he will bring it up that will bring that smile to your face. And I like to say your smile is infectious. And every time you smile, I smile.
I'm smiling all show, man.
But he does that, and I say to myself, he's the greatest host because he does this investigative search on every person, and he doesn't say because somebody else that we perceive as higher, he does it for everyone. The same exact extensive search. It's beautiful.
What's funny is I've been working a lot on the Attic show. I'll be like, what's your opinions? He'll start to say something like, I am not going as far as you. Keep that in mind.
No, I get it, man. First of all, Kate, thank you for that. That means a lot. Shout out to we got to get some of that number file, so we'll get to chat in a minute. But this is important, and the reason why I didn't want to brush over this because Matty actually resonated with a lot of points that with me and a lot of points he said, and that the cool thing I think that you said too was growth.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times, man, this is my opinion, in the current state of YouTube and content creation and stuff like that, or just social media, right? Where it's like, let's just say, at the time I knew you and we were conversing on social media, and during that time you made the Fallout 4 video, whatever, right? and like, you're going in and, they say, oh, bro, it's not factual, this guy is stupid, all the vitriol, right? Yeah. And the thing that I like is that, one, you took the criticism like a man, right? And you didn't run from it, and you addressed it, right? So that's first. That's just straight stand up. So salute to you on that, right?
Thank you.
But then the thing that I really try to remind people is that we're young, we're growing sometimes in the space. We're gonna say people are gonna say stupid stuff. People are gonna say, they make mistakes, right? The thing that I don't like is that, like, because of that, or everyone acts like they're infallible, and then it's like, oh no, we can't rock with him because he said this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? So now he's canceled forever, right? And my thing is, look at when you allow someone to grow, right? People mature. Some people mature. Now, some people they're not mature, and that's on them, right? But my thing is, I've always believed in that. Because I guess from where I'm from, South Bronx, and I've seen people make mistakes in their life, and like that. And then you see them grow and transform into something great. But if they were never allowed that chance, and we initially cut them down, we don't talk to them, we don't associate with them because of this mistake, you never get those moments. You feel what I'm saying? And that's the thing I love about what you said, because look at what it did. You said it yourself, right? It was important. That I needed that at the time. It made me reevaluate myself, and then boom, we got the legendary MrMattyPlays that we got right now out here moving and shaking. But I just want to move forward. I had to give you your roses on that. That's an amazing story.
Thank you.
I want to talk real quickly. I know this is a little not sensitive, but I know you recently made a tweet about it, which is MrMattyPlays the Insider. You know what I'm saying? And you know,
all right,
let's get it. We got a subject on that, and I know you could be hard on yourself sometimes with the information that comes across your desk, because you do take it seriously, right? But the thing I want to ask, like, is the fun side. Like, what's some of like the most fun thing that came across your desk and turns out to be true, like from a scoop perspective or whatever? Like, what were some of those moments?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rare, but when it does, I think KOTOR remake was like the one I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, it's actually happening. Like, yeah, man.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that was 100%.
That's like a Patreon question to tie in.
We do have a question from our community from that particular topic.
Exactly.
Oh wow! All right.
Good timing.
We got Lord Slovo. He wants to know, obviously, if you can't go too into it, he wants to know, like, what kind of on scale is this remake, do you think is going to be? Is it going to like change anything with the story, or is it? Or are they going to try like do a 1-for-1 with maybe slight graphic enhancements?
Before you answer, I just want to get the extent of it. He actually added a little bit more too. Slow-mo said a lot of questions for Lord Matty. He said he and Jason Schreier broke the leak that Asper was doing the KOTOR remake. He said, has you heard if they're changing the story at all or keeping it true to Drew Karpyshyn's vision, the legend?
Yeah,
that's exactly what I said, Carl.
Yeah, that's what you said.
There was a rumor at one point that they were doing like a hybrid of sorts, like they were melding 1 and 2 together in some way, which wouldn't timeline wise make a lot of sense. Yeah. I'm pretty confident they're doing it separately. So I don't know to the extent of what they're changing. The one change I know, and I've said this before, is they are doing more action combat. Like, that's a thing they're doing. Story-wise, I can't speak on, because not even like I don't want to share anything. I genuinely don't know. Okay. I imagine if it's a remake, it should be pretty close to it, but that would personally be my assumption. But combat-wise, I can say that is changing. Like, that is a change for sure.
And salute the KOTOR, man.
I'm on the fence right now because XM Studios just announced and PO'd Dark Revan and Dark Malik, and they both fighting off. And I'm on the fence in POing this because I have a hard line when it comes to Star Wars going down that rabbit hole. I'm a Darth Maul fiend. Yes. I stay on that. I have a whole wall of Darth Maul when the guys get a chance to see the Red Room, they'll see it. But I'm on the fence. And
you would have a Sith in a Red Room. You would have a Sith in a Red Room.
Of course you have the Sith in the Red Room. I mean, Darth Maul is like the inspiration for the Red Room.
Let's go.
But that Darth Revan, man, and Darth Maul, I think KOTOR might push me over the edge in POing these two for this. Yeah, man, I understand your love for it, and I know when it came across your desk, when you saw it, you was like, I can't believe this, and I know you took a second. It was like, please be real. Like, if it's real, please be real, because I get DMs with stuff, and I'm not an insider, so you won't hear me tweet out anything. But when somebody else announced it, I'm like, yeah, I knew about that. But I had hope in my heart that was right, and for that's your game. Oh man, I know it felt good.
I keep a lot of the stuff to myself too, and I remember, like, obviously it was an open secret at the time. Playground's working on Fable, and I'm a huge Fable fan. Huge Fable fan.
Okay, cool.
So like, literally every time we go to E3, like, I'm like, Fable better be here.
This would be a thing, Matty. He's getting to an emotional thing. Every E3, Matty, before we go to the show, we go to the convention, we go out to LA. And he's like, Cog, I don't, if it ain't there, everybody keeps saying it's coming. I don't believe it.
It was like 2017, 2018, one of those years. I'm pretty sure it was 2000.
He hated the show after that.
So we're no, we're watching it. And it was a bad show in general.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking to myself, it might have been 2009. No, because last year.
That's the one when me, you, and Soft came out the theater. We went in.
It was 19, wasn't it? 19, wasn't it?
No, it's the one that it was the year he was sitting next to me.
I don't know. No, both years it happened.
Yes.
But I remember 2019 particularly is the one where we did the interview outside.
Yes.
And I remember sitting there.
We walked right out of the Microsoft Theater.
It's not that,
still up on the channel.
The presentation was bad. It's just a lot of the content that was in there I didn't care about. Right. So I remember sitting here. Cog is right beside me. That's fine. Addicts World, I'm the mayor. You ain't allowed in.
Addicts World all day.
So I'm sitting here. He's Cog. Someone's to the right of me because King's somewhere doing his fan fest stuff. Yeah. So I'm sitting there, and I'll never forget. Cog's like, I was like, oh, it's looking spooky. I was like, they got to save it with Fable. They got to save it with Fable. Man, Fable didn't even show up. I don't even remember what he did at that time.
He said, at this point, I don't even believe it's real.
I was there. Yeah. I remember telling people, they're like, I know for a fact.
Yes.
Cause it was like a month or two before the July event last year. He's like, I know for a fact it's there, Addict. I know for a fact it's not there till I see it.
Exactly.
It doesn't exist. I was like, I'm convinced you guys have been trolling me for 3 years.
No, this is real.
Like you could see my reaction when it's finally.
It was so cool. I was so happy for him, bro. Like, you gotta understand, man. Like, it was one of the moments. It's like I'm the same way, like him. Like when it's something beloved, like how KOTOR is beloved, for a lot of people, like you said, and I know how much Fable means to him, and to see. And I was there to see the face and the reaction. I was like, he got it. You know what I'm saying? It was dope. Yeah. It was dope. I want to move because I know we go a little bit long and we got to get these topics in. But 2 quick questions. We'll fire them. Podcast origin stuff. And obviously, you know what I'm saying, we got that Ham Radio podcast yourself. You know what I'm saying? Lord ACG had him around, of course, the legend. You know what I'm saying? And Dustin was in earlier. You know what I mean? So origins of that, and then of course. I want to talk about that defining Duke. You know what I'm saying? And then how you and ACG say, okay, we're going to also do this. And then, in conjunction with being on The Last Stand Videos, we were blessed to have the legendary, the amazing Colin Moriarty in the realm. And we love his movement, and we love a lot of the people on, that's a part of it. So let's break down podcasts, like the origins. How do we get these things going?
So Ham Radio Podcast, that's my baby. I started that in 2014. So it's had a long history, man. I mean, I'm proud of that show. It may not be like a highest ranking show. We have a decent listener number, but it's mostly a YouTube show. And I'm proud of it because we started off with myself when I had about, I want to say 30K, 40K subs. Lone Vault Wanderer, now senior community manager at Bethesda in Australia. At the time, he only had 1,000 subs. This is one thing I've always believed in. I just want to say is like talent. Talent's real. Kind of something that permeates throughout this show that we'll get into in a sec. But I didn't care. Hey, Lone, you're not this big name.
Talk about it.
It's like, dude, give me the best man in the room, not the most popular man in the room. Like that's what I want. Or woman, whatever. Like give me talent. Like that's what we're looking for. So Lone, I picked. I'm like, I want to do this show with you. He was in. And then one of my best friends, Noah, who I knew personally, he's into games and stuff. I said, why don't you hop on too? Like, and Noah wasn't a big name. So we just make this show. We run it for about 100 episodes. It becomes really popular. It was called Ham Radio Podcast. So it was during the Fallout 4 days, very Bethesda driven. Nice. And the numbers were insane. And it was a really good run for us. It was a show that, honestly, because we were such good friends, we never talked gaming. It became just this talk. we would be like, all right, let's talk Fallout 4, and then we'd suddenly be talking about like our favorite ice cream and these like stories. Just, over time, Lone wanted to reveal his face, but he worked at a particular, I want to say it was like a law firm involved with gaming,
right? So he was
in the ESA.
He was a little skeptical.
Yeah, so he was like, I can't be on a show and associated and have my face out there because it shows I have potential biases and my rulings wouldn't be fair.
Right.
So he was like, I'm going to do this. I'll have to leave the show. And it sucked, but I was like, dude, I want you to, you're my friend. Like, I want you to go live your best life. So go do what you got to do. At the same time, Noah had not really been showing up. He was sort of falling out of the show. He was kind of falling out a little bit with it in one way, but he was also, I'll just say it for real, like he was getting complacent. And eventually we were just like, look, Noah, like, it's clear you're not into this. Like, we're just going to kind of move past this. Right. And so we had a big talk about it. We agreed. And so it was me and Lone for a little bit. And then over time, we get Carrick in the picture. And this is where ACG. So it was us three for a number of episodes, and then Lone was like, all right, I'm gonna start doing this thing. I'm gonna have to dip now. And so now it's just Carrick and I. And so this show is now completely transformed.
Right.
Because it is this now it's a Matty and Carrick show. When it started off is completely different. So I had a number of crossroads where I was like, man, do I end this show? Because it's not what we had started as. Or is it going to get better? So it was Carrick and I for a while. We're developing this chemistry. Shout out to Carrick, by the way, for just being open to doing this, right? For being open.
He's a real one. He is a real one. We got to shout out Carrick.
Absolutely, man.
Real one. Real guy. Love that guy.
I love him. He just liked something I tweeted.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can follow the stuff that I tweet, I love you. Because I'm messy as hell.
Yeah, just so shout out to him, man, because he's I didn't really tap into this too much, but one of the things that let me believe in myself was working alongside people I admire. So working with Colin, working with Carrick, working with, like I said, even Lone. Like Lone may have been small, but Lone I admire endlessly. So like working with him and many other people just really built me up, because it's like, man, like I'm with the people that inspire me, and that's what you want, right? So me and Carrick were on this show for a while, and I'll be honest, I started to feel a little fatigue at one point. I'm like, all right, feeling like we're finding our rhythm a little bit here, but something's missing, because Carrick and I are both straight shooters.
Yes.
Right.
So it was like, where's the room for something a little more fun? And part of it's because like I started to strip a more sarcastic element from myself for you too, because I'm very, I'll rib you, I'll jab you. Like,
that's me.
I like to chuckle.
I like to have fun with it. You gotta have some fun with it.
Yeah, but I know sometimes people don't get that, right? Like in Defining Duke, we got a review because someone was pissed I like made fun of their SpaghettiOs, and like I got a 1-star review, and I'm like, man,
damn, petty,
like, man, really? And it's like, dude, are you serious? But just at that point, I'm embracing it. We'll get to that in a second.
Was that the show where you guys were saying like grow up? Like...
Yeah, we were telling.
That's what that was about.
This man said he was sitting there playing a game. He's like, I got a bowl, my favorite bowl of spaghetti. I was like, pause. SpaghettiOs. I'm like, you're a grown man. Go make them.
You're like, nah, I like SpaghettiOs.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm gonna tell you grow up, but if you like SpaghettiOs, you like SpaghettiOs. Of course, I'm joking.
Is Matty probably saying that he's got some SpaghettiOs in that camera,
and he looked at his can like, really, brother?
Continue, man.
Put it in the bowl, about to put it on the stove. Like, man, you should just grow up.
He's turning his right. He's turning his right there, getting the meatballs to the cop because they only give you like 2 meatballs.
Yeah, that's the most disrespectful can of pasta you can order, man.
Yo, that is no lie. You have to get 3 cans to get like 4 meatballs.
Shout out to SpaghettiOs. Oh my god.
Yo, I'm so upset with that.
That's real.
That's a real thing.
I'm really
upset with that because my mother would give us the can, and then you look and I gotta share it. It's only one.
Yeah, it's 1 meatball per family member.
You gotta chop the meatball up and split it out. Sorry.
Continue,
man. Yeah, so like I said, I feel like we're losing something here, and over time I'm recognizing like I gotta loosen up. Carrick is already doing his thing, and so as time goes on, last year. I'm talking to Carrick, and I'm like, thinking about ending things. He's like, look, I'm game for whatever, right? Like I'm game for whatever you want to do. It's your show. I'm happy to do it. And, and so plus numbers are really slowing down too. And so, you want to be smart with like, we're doing these 3-hour shows. You want to make sure like when we're putting it out there, we're getting something. Yeah. And eventually I start talking to Dustin more and more because Colin had signed me on to do side quest videos. Like I offered to him because I heard him in a podcast say like, hey, like I think he asked Chris and Sweeney if he's like, you guys want to do videos, and they were like, yeah, maybe. I was like, hey, I'll see if Colin's up to it, because I'm interested in just talking about other things outside of RPGs. I'm like, this would be a good event for it. So long story short, Colin's like, yep, let's do it. I start talking to Dustin more and more.
Legends.
And Dustin's telling, like, me and Dustin had like 3 different 2-hour phone calls, just getting to know each other. Because that's the thing, right? I like to familiarize myself oftentimes with like the talent I work with.
Absolutely.
And you know, I could tell there was something with Dustin that I really liked. And at the end of the day, he starts talking about like how he's doing Handsome Phantom, and he's just executive work for Colin at the time, Colin's Last Stand. And I'm like, he's like, I got a lot of free time. I'm like, would you want to join my show then? And he's like, whoa. He's like, let me get back to you. He's like, I think I'd be down for that. I was like, yeah, dude, no pressure. Every Friday, 4:30, we just sit down, talk games, you know, and it's a good time. And he was game. And when Dustin joined, our show just had this second wind. You know, where we're starting to pick up more and more. And I think it's because we've had this circle form, this overlap form between myself, ACG, of course, but then Last Stand and their audience has stepped in. And we've noticed that our audience has overlapped here with Iron Lords. We noticed our audience has overlapped as well with As Always podcast, which funny enough, I've guested on these both within the last couple of weeks, which is really neat. But I'm seeing more and more like, wow, we have this big circle that's forming that really just overlaps in the podcast space. And so we got the second win, and just Dustin brought this loose kind of energy to our show that we just needed. We needed it, man. Like we needed that talent. Like he's an amazing guy, which helps, of course, but we needed like a guy like Dustin who would come in and just be like, screw the topic, man. Let's talk about that can of SpaghettiOs for a second. Like, he would ignore me and Karika said straight shooters, right? We're gonna hit your question. We're gonna hit it hard. Dustin's like, we'll get to that in a sec. And so we fed off of that. And now it's just like this much more dynamic, enjoyable show.
No, brother, I hear you. I would be remiss, but I'll shout out my brother, Lord King. I always feel like, and we were in a similar situation, and Attic knows, right? You know, and there's no disrespect to anyone. Like we love Lord SWAT, we love Lord Zero, and it was just due to logistics and stuff. They couldn't make it, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that consistently. And then, you know, we get Solved, which is, again, I've known since the 3rd grade. It's family, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And then, I've known Solved all my life. Like, we grew up in South Bronx. We've literally been in every class since the 3rd grade in school.
Dude.
You know what I'm saying? We played Double Dragon together. Like, we know each other. All of us know each other. We're family. And, like, King is family, literally. You know what I'm saying? So, I remember the conversation, King, and I was just like, yo, like, I want you to come on. I think you'd be cool. And I didn't know if he would do it. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, I didn't know if he would do it. Because in my mind, he was always a star. He was always a person that when I'm sorry, I'm gonna make you cry. I'm gonna make you cry.
You're gonna do this on the air.
I'm gonna do this to you. I'm gonna do you live. And it was one of those things like, you know, you just when you meet King in real life, it's the same what you get. And it's even funnier. It's even like I've been lucky to have
because I get the curse.
Yeah. Thank you for respecting that rule of the show. But one thing about it is when you meet him, I swear, like, you're gonna fall in love with him, and then you're gonna have the most fun you've had in your life. You're going to laugh. I've had the best laughs of my life with this man. You know what I'm saying?
Me and him got this one laugh that's
we know about
never
that. That'll be another thing.
That'll be something else, but
right.
God.
But when he came on, and me and Attic looking at it, right, and we're like, yo, this is what we needed. Like, and it's like, and he's a man convict of his, what's the word? Conviction, the man of his conviction. He stays on us, even if we think it's nuts. We were like, but I know he believes it, and I know, and a lot of times he's proven us wrong, and it's been true. That's what we call him.
98% of the time.
You know what I'm saying? So
King does what I like to call, he throws like 50 darts, and then 5 will land. He's like, I told you all of them were right.
But to his credit, he's also, like, when you mentioned the camera thing, and you know, even the shirts, the logo, like, getting us out of our comfort zone. And saying, yo, man, you got to get on. And we're like, no, we're not doing this. We don't. And it's made the show better.
You know what I noticed, Matty? When it comes from the marketing standpoint, I embrace the marketing aspect of everything that you see in ILP. And I take credit for a lot of things that you see, but there's reasons why. Because I know when we used to sit down on Saturdays and we'd talk, if we had a camera on us,
we would be the greatest thing ever.
You would laugh and die yourself. You would die. But I also know that whenever I looked at anybody podcast and I see little dots or little avatars, and y'all craft your little avatars so much, and it's so nice, and your little bleeping dots, so I know who's talking. It's so disgusting to me that I just like I can't watch. Yeah. But when I see your smile, see, nobody will get Matty's smile if Matty's camera is not on. But you have it, right? So, I don't care if somebody's having a bad day. They tune into you and you smile, and they're like, "Man, Matty's having a good time."
And then
feel a little bit better.
Yeah,
right.
No, you're absolutely right.
That stuff matters. Yes, it matters to me. So, me and Cog was in a weird space at a point, and I said, "Hell yeah, I'll be on the show. Hell yeah, we'll do the show." And I don't miss. I'm here every Sunday, regardless to whatever's going on, because he knew at that point in time I had my companies running and I'm doing a lot. But regardless to what, Sundays was untouchable. But it's the dynamic that you have and the respect that you have, and I see that same respect on with you and ACT. I see it, and
Dustin,
the way it moves. The organic nature to it, and the way y'all riffed off each other, it's fantastic. See, and you transition into that show and the next show that you're about to talk about, but it plays a big part in visualization and chemistry that you guys do. And I'm glad that you said that you felt that something was going down, and you started to feeling a plateau, and you needed that boost of energy, and then it happened, and you see it.
No, absolutely. But continue. I had to.
Go ahead.
You got some inspirational stuff out of me,
dude,
and I had to talk about it.
I love it. No, I love hearing that, because people can tell, right? People can tell when you're not into it. Like, I don't know how else to say it, man. They can tell when you're tapering off, or when you're uninspired, or when your show's flat, and no one wants to bring that. And it's like, you also don't want to bring it and fake it, right? Like, let's get that energy. It's like you got to bring people who are going to get it out of you, right? And so Carrick 100% does, and Dustin even more so now, and so just these wild loose shows. And so Carrick and I have been doing this for 4 years together, and that leads us to Defining Duke, where like we're talking in, I think this talk started in September. Originally, it started off as me and Dustin were going to do an RPG show, and Dustin's like, I don't think I'm really well equipped for something like that. And I was like, all right, I get that. And the Bethesda deal goes down, right? And looking at it, and I'm like, all right.
You mean the ZeniMax deal? Look at
yeah, sorry, ZeniMax.
Yeah, we got the whole building. We got everything.
Continue.
So Xbox acquires ZeniMax. Yes. we see this big pop for Xbox hype, and I'm looking at the lay of the land. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, okay, they got Obsidian, they got In Exile, they got everything.
Wait, you the king of RPG?
Who did that for you, though? Who did that for you?
What do you want him to say, sir?
Oh, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer did that for you, sir. I know.
Are you implying that Phil's greatness it helped start the career of this amazing podcast?
No, I know this though. I know when Matty saw that, he's like, yes.
That is true. The king of RPGs.
You know what is?
Yes.
You know what is crazy though, that Microsoft buying Bethesda had a domino effect, and it started their
That's dope. That's dope. Continue. I want to hear
that. Shout out to Phil.
Who did that for you? Continue.
I'm looking at it though, and like I grew up pretty, like, as you could tell with the gaming history, like I grew up with pretty much most consoles in my house. Like I didn't touch on like stuff like PS2 and GameCube and all that stuff, but I was like all over the place. I didn't really have an allegiance. The only time I'd say I had some type of allegiance was it was really during the PS4 era. I'd never touched my Xbox One. I owned it, but I never touched it outside of a couple of exclusives. So I was like, all right, me and Carrick aren't really, for lack of better words, fanboys.
Right.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. Game Pass looks like it's building up. They just put EA Play in there. We're seeing Bethesda join the fold. I'm liking the studios I see where there's interest there, but there's not this diehard, like, I'm going to throw all of my morals out the window for this. Like, I'm gonna love a little Xbox podcast maybe. And so I pitched it to Dustin. I'm like, hey man, like, let's talk to Colin about getting an Xbox show going. So Dustin, similar thing here. He's like, I'm more equipped for PlayStation, and I'm thinking I'm going to become a third host for Sacred Symbols. I'm not sure how that's going to roll out though. And so Now he is the official third host of Sacred Symbol, so congrats to Dustin.
Fire
But,
podcast. Shout out to
So
Chris
he
Ray.
definitely
Absolutely.
figured out how that was gonna work out.
yeah, he knew it was gonna happen eventually because he was like in and out, way too much
Way
for
too
it to
much,
like.
yeah, the chemistry
Yeah,
was
it's
there.
like he had to be in there, right? Like I said, Dustin improves what he joins is what I say.
Get him around too.
And so with Defining Duke, Colin's like, yeah, let's do it. Who do you want as a co-host though? And immediately I start running through my head, and I tell Dustin, I'm like, I want Carrick. I said, I know it would have some small overlap with Ham Radio, but I was like, I want Carrick on, man. I was like, that's 5 years of chemistry.
Yes.
I said, that's people trust ACG, man. Like that's like borderline a brand that you see the certification on. You're like, I know this is gonna be authentic. This is gonna be legitimate.
I love that.
Yeah,
guy.
like he has, he's not gonna have the heavy amount of bias that you see sometimes. Like he likes what he likes, just like any of us. But I was like, I know I've brought that sort of like this guy's improved to the table. I think we also have this dynamic of like Carrick's got the wisdom. He's a little bit older than me, where I'm 25, so I bring this more like new age perspective. I was like, dude, we got the dynamic for like a electric show. And so Colin was originally worried. He's like, is there going to be overlap? And I said, dude, if anything, this strengthens both shows. I said, people are going to come to my show. They're going to hear more of us with Dustin. So we have this brand overlap pretty much. I said, people already love what we're doing. You get this new energy coming into Xbox. You got this new show under like a brand that's known for amazing podcasts. I've been looking for an idea of a fresh start. Like I was talking about with Ham Radio, like, do we do this? This was kind of that opportunity for that. So Colin's like, look, I trust you. Like, that's the thing. I really never had to convince Colin about anything. He was just like, he's like, I got you. I understand. And so in that case, like, it was just really in my hands. I didn't have to check with him on the segments I was doing. Like, the only thing we went back and forth on was the naming of the show and the logo, which his brother Dagan handled.
Oh, shout out to
he was just like, hey, here's a couple of ideas. And he sent me like 90 plus sketches. He's like, what do you want? I'm like, dude, this is
shout out to Dagan.
Yeah.
It's like, which one do you want? He's like, can I have a week to look at
this? That's what I'm saying.
Shout out to Knockback.
Yeah, man.
Dagan gave us some love. I was very humble about it.
Dude, kills it. And so everything's set up where Colin has allowed me just to focus on like, hey, I'm going to just focus on the segments. I'm going to think about how we involve patrons and listeners. And so it's this show that's really what we get most from people I see is, number one, you can tell you two are friends.
Yes.
Which is huge.
Huge.
Number two, like it's not just two big brands coming together, two big YouTubers coming together to make a big numbers pop. It's like these are just guys who are friends. We happen to have sizable channels. But the other thing was, like I said, people really appreciated like, hey, you guys like certain things about Xbox. Like I love Game Pass. I'm interested in Bethesda heavily. I have that RPG kind of heritage where a lot of these companies that are in the Microsoft fold are RPG developers. Yeah, right. I'm saying, it's like, oh my god, that's the sauce.
And bro, I'm with you. That's why I tell people I'm excited. Like people are like, oh, they have that. I'm excited. Like these are the draft picks I'm talking about.
Yeah, how can you be, man? Yeah. And so, I have that where Carrick has the more even keeled. Like I'm more optimistic. I get that too. Like I bring the energy. I bring the like optimism. I'm generally not even like by nature. Like I have stuff. You watch my channel, like I've been critical about plenty of things, but I managed to have like a pretty uplifting approach is what I'm told. Where Carrick's more like, I'm gonna shoot you down into the dirt and just step on you afterwards.
That's this guy here.
I'm realistic sometimes.
And I appreciate that about him. We had to talk about Ubisoft on Ham Radio that just went live as we're recording this. And like I'm sitting there with one approach and Carrick's on the other end of the spectrum talking about, and it's like, that's what it's about. So people really like that we bring that to the table. That's not this very biased show. Like if Xbox, we always say like if Xbox ends up doing poorly, like we don't care. Like it's not our thing. Like we're here to do a show talking about everything Xbox and PC and. Yeah, so a little bit of a shorter story on that end. It's just, it came together. Colin was very supportive. Nice. I was really excited about it. And now we're running that 20 episodes at this point in time. And it's growing. That's the awesome part is it's not like I knew we were going to have like a pop at first. Like, hey, people are going to be into this thing. but about sustainability. And right now it seems like we're gonna stay strong. Like Colin didn't give me a term, like okay, we're gonna see how the first year does. Like, he was like, we're launching this show, and it was like pretty much assumed across all parties, like this show's here to stay.
Oh,
and we're gonna do it.
Dude, I mean, again, love what you guys are doing. Love the dynamic, the honesty, and again, shout out to Colin for because that's rare, where basically the non-micromanagement, like the hands-off approach, letting you guys.
Yeah, the Microsoft approach.
Yeah.
I just said
do some money, do your thing.
That's a great leader's approach.
Oh my god!
Shout out to that, man.
Shout out to that approach. Oh man, yeah, like and just to see you guys.
What's crazy about that too is like. You said like, oh, the Microsoft approach and how Colin's like a big PlayStation too.
Exactly.
No, but you know what? Listen, I'm just talking about as far as a great leader.
Yes.
I think Phil would be a great leader regardless to whatever platform that he's on. And it is inherent in certain leaders. Like regardless to what, like I'm telling you, I love.
It would be like the craziest thing, King, is if Phil ever went to Sony.
And it would be crazy. I mean, he would fix a lot of things. I love Sean Layden as well. People always assume that I'm this PlayStation. I mean, I'm this Xbox dude, but I was there from day one with PlayStation.
Oh, no, you got playback.
And when
show Matty the scarf. Show Matty the scarf.
Oh, you talking about what this one?
Oh no, here we go.
You talking about this one?
Oh my gosh!
Listen, I'm wearing an Xbox shirt.
I was gonna say I noticed that right away. You came repping.
Yeah, I got my
everybody know what he bleed.
But no, it's I believe great leadership trickles down.
Facts.
And they put fantastic people. Shout out to Matt Booty. Shout out to a lot of like Aaron Greenberg. A lot of people that are put into places of leadership roles, and it trickles down. Like you said, he wasn't intrusive. He didn't tell you, oh, you had this a year to go. Allowed you to flourish and believed in you. And you exceeded those expectations in doing that because you didn't feel constraint. You didn't feel like this deadline or this knife in your back. Just gave you some stuff that hey, here's 100 or whatchamacallit sketches. Which logo do you like? You understand? Not something that was pushed on you.
Like
I love this stuff.
Where he's like, I drew 100, but I'm gonna make you choose between 3.
Absolute, man. And again, to see your trajectory, to see what's going on, again, the chemistry. I love watching you guys, and I love the fact that both of you, in my opinion, are truly expert reviewers of video games. And just the way that it's like connoisseurs watching artists talk about these games and catch nuances that I didn't even catch. And because of doing it for so long, you guys have this this compatibility, as well as you get these nuances and intricacies that a lot of gamers won't catch because you've been working with the devs and stuff. So salute to that, man.
It's like it's really a product of working with both Colin and Carrick for so long. Is like you just like. I remember when I first started talking with Carrick, I actually felt very intimidated, not by his energy, but this guy knows his stuff
so much.
I'm sitting there like, man, I feel like I can't hold my own. And Dustin had that for some time as well, he told me. And with Carrick and I, and so he had to adjust. And it's that awakening, going back to all of that you have where I felt, hey, I thought I knew games, but it's like, do I? And you did, but maybe not to that level. And so just working with them both has forced me to up my game and taking cues from Carrick on how he reviews stuff. And so in a lot of ways, a lot of people come to my reviews because they know I'm this sort of like product of Carrick and his molding a little bit incidentally. It's not like Carrick's like, do this, do that. But just by working with him, I pick up like, he paid attention to that. Like I'm going to look for that next game I review. And you just start to make all of these mental notes, and it just becomes a form of habit over the course of, like I said, 4 or 5 years.
Still sharpen steel.
Still sharpen steel. And like
I said,
And
well said.
Shout out to him. Last point, I know we're going long. Last point I got to shout out to him too as well is that, what I love about ACG is the no ego. He doesn't act Hollywood. He doesn't, like we were humbled when he came on. We were humbled when he shouted us out. It was like, yo, we see a lot of overlap.
I was blown away when he had the hat on.
Like, to me, Addict knows, we've had these conversations offline where let's be real. Some of these content creators, they play these subscriber number games. And you know, well, I can't talk to you. I'm gonna leave your message unread because you know you're subscribed. You know, and you know it's not said, but it's felt. You know, from a smaller content creator. And one thing that we pride ourselves is we don't matter how big or small you are. If you make good content and we appreciate it, you're gonna be on the show, schedule permitting, right? So at the end of the day, that's what. Shout out to him. Shout out to you guys because. You know, I love that about you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, you keep us small. You have your friendship circle. You know what I'm saying? But you're not. Even you put out a tweet recently, like, "Hey, I'm looking for content creators. Who do you guys, recommend that you want to come on, define and do?" Like that is rare. A lot of people hold on to these jewels, and I can't help anybody else. Yeah, like and it's just like we gotta uplift each other, bro. We could all
That's what I'm saying.
Eat together.
That's what people do not realize, and it's eternally frustrating. The reason I say that is because, man, I don't want to say, I did this on my own, but like having these people stand by my side made it where building those blocks back up when I fell a little bit was much easier. They took a lot of work, but it was easier to believe in myself. And man, like if I knew like you could have someone like myself on Colin's big podcast platform, like. You may have 100 listeners, but like you have a chance to get on our show. Like that's kind of where I want to take it because Colin has all these connections to the industry where he's doing these big profile interviews. I'm like, what if I want to tap into that too? But I'm like, what if I tap into this audience that wants to get known? Because not to hold us on this topic for too long, but just as an example, so people listening know what I mean is I had one of my close friends, Paul, hop on. He's a aspiring game journalist, and I want to get the perspective of someone who's like in college, looking at the games industry from the outside in. Hey, how do you feel about going into this? Do you feel confident about this career path? And we talk about this in the state of the industry. And afterwards, he had people reaching out to him across the entire community, from his own college even. And it's like, dude, that's what it's about. It's like, good. We've set him up. We've put him on a little bit of a path here. And if we can help out even little bit, right? Like, because it just starts with like one Reddit post, one Twitter post of like someone sharing your work or whatever. And it just, boom, from there, it snaps. And that's what we're trying to set up. That's what I'm trying to set up as best as I can.
Brother, keep doing it. Doing the damn thing, man. We love what you're doing. Sorry we went super long with with your history.
I apologize. I talked a lot.
These were important conversations. I just couldn't let it go. I was like, I know we go along. I know Addicts got no time.
But it's the fact that you want to know Matty Plays.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying? To build with them.
For our community that don't know Matty Plays, or your community that came over that don't know everything about Matty Plays, I'm learning about Matty Plays right now. Besides the infectious smile, and signs.
Keep going with that smile.
That's three.
That's three.
When I tune in and I'm watching him and ACG go, and I'm just like, the smile. Like, you know what it is because you won't get that, and I'm sorry to tell people that you won't get that from a little avatar beeping.
This is King validating success, which he's right, in conjunction with
my dentist, I guess,
and shout out to and on camera. I know what he's doing. He uses a joke, but this is like, see, I told you, Cog. We needed to do this, and look at what's happening, and look at Matty Plays and all the guys, the bigger guy. I get it.
Right? It's just a fact of some people don't want to spend on the camera. Some people don't want to clean up the background. Some people are afraid of putting themselves out there. You have to shed those inhibitions to connect with people.
Grow. No, absolutely.
All right, you cannot hide in the closet with a dirty tank top and feel that this is going to be a thing. It's not going to be a thing. And if you think that level of success that you will achieve, imagine if you really let people in. Imagine if you really gave of yourself, because what you're doing with your avatar is you're wanting from people, but you're not giving. You know, and I don't care what content you make, beautiful content, fantastic, but give some more of yourself to receive, because you want everybody else to tune in with you.
I feel you. You know? It's real talk. Hey, like I said, we had to go, but we got to move on. We got crazy on. We got to get at least a couple topics. But all right, so top 5 video games of all time. The question we can't let you roll without. I need the top 5. I think I know 2, but top 5 Lord Matty Plays video games of all time.
Woo!
Let's go.
Wow, that list changes.
It can be franchises too.
Or franchises. Games or franchises.
All right. I'm gonna work from one up because that's how my brain's working right now. So Knights of the Old Republic,
Yes.
We're gonna say as a franchise. I'm gonna take the treat that Addict's giving me here because I can't pick between 1 and 2. I'll go back and forth all day. Obviously, as I alluded to earlier in the show, just number 1 RPG. I love it to death. Doesn't get enough love nowadays, as far as I'm concerned, because people are like, "Oh, it's a classic." I'm like, "Why is every Star Wars game back and relevant except this one?" It's because they're doing stuff with it. But yeah, I adore that one to the high heavens. Number 2, Fallout 3.
Oh,
Attic
approves.
Oh, I don't know, man. I like New Vegas. Man.
That's the thing. It's not New Vegas is in my top 10.
All right.
There's just something about the world in Fallout 3, and also it's what a lot of people act like doesn't matter. But I just want to say real quick, a lot of people act like it doesn't matter, but it's like I hated Fallout 3 at first. Now I love it. Like there's that story there that makes me love it a little bit more because it's like, man, I borrowed this from a friend. I played it. I was like, this is terrible. I hate it. And then I bought it again, and I was like, I love this. And it's
you
my
didn't
jam.
like it when it wasn't yours.
Yeah. I guess that's the case, right?
Shout out to your dollars mattering.
Fallout 3, next. What we got?
Number 3, Sly 2 Band of Thieves.
Okay.
Love me
first
some
Sly Cooper we got.
That's right.
Love me some Sly Cooper, man. That is
you waiting for that remix.
Yeah. Oh, dude, they pretend it doesn't exist, man. I made a whole video.
Yeah.
Life and Death of Sly Cooper. If anyone's interested in it, you want to see someone, a grown man, complain about a raccoon thief for 20 minutes plus, by all means, you'll see me dress up as him. Like it's
I love it.
That's how I feel about Jack and Dexter. Don't worry about it.
I love it.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants next is Jack and Daxter. That's what they want me to do with the same format. Number 4, Persona 5 Royal.
Wow.
Just masterpiece.
Good game. I've always told Cognito that like I like Yakuza like a dragon, but Persona, like there's just something about that battle system. Like I feel like Persona could be what like Final Fantasy could be where Persona is if they wouldn't have tried to chase the bag for the casual market and change up their format so drastically. And you have people at Atlas is like, we're gonna do what we've always done. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna always evolve it and make it better.
Yeah, you're right.
No doubt.
Yeah,
no
man.
doubt. Oh, the Lord of Bethesda has joined himself. Lord Anchorman is joined him to confirm.
My God.
To see if Lord Bethesda himself has come down from heaven, from God Howard's throne, to bless us from the multiverse, to make sure Lord Matty is in pocket with the right
You're
choices.
talking about the throne that's under Phil Dominus Maximus throne?
You mean the guy that works for Phil?
Can he fill his?
The guy that's in the
Can he
hip pocket?
finish his franchise?
Yeah, we're gonna let him finish his fan, but I had
let's
to
go.
shout him out because this is a fellow Bethesda lover of RPGs, and it's good to get these brothers together on a podcast. But okay, continue Black Magic. So we got Persona, we got the Fallout joint. You know what I'm saying? What was the first one? I missed the first one real quick. What was
the first one was Knights of
Knights of the Republic. Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
as
All right, so we got
the
3.
franchise.
Two more.
No, I think we were on 4.
No, we on 4.
We on 4.
Yeah, we did Sly
Yes,
Cooper.
Yeah,
we
Sly. I forgot about Sly.
Yeah,
Sly.
5 is tough, man, because like I guess you could do Persona in general for 4 because 4 Golden would be in that mix. So we'll just do that. And 5, I'm gonna throw Mega Man in there. That's just as a series, that is.
Pokemon Coliseum broke my heart. It was not in there.
But Mega Man means a lot to you.
Yes, it's too good.
No doubt. And final personal question from gaming: favorite console of all time and why?
Game Boy Advance.
It's right here, baby.
Oh yes, I knew it had something to do with a Game Boy.
SP.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Man, no. The SP, that is the GOAT in terms of handhelds. Yeah, the backlight changed the
first
game.
one that had a backlight.
Dude, backlight, life changer. Got to play in bed at night. Parents didn't even know.
What's funny is I bet you didn't even know that.
I don't know what's going on, but I love that y'all love it.
No, I see. You know what? I didn't care about that because I always had that little bendy light that was down.
That's old news.
The bendy light couldn't compare.
That's old news.
Bendy light couldn't
No.
compare.
I understand. But listen, I used what was available to me.
I used that as well. I used
to use street lights.
No, see, Matty, remember when I asked you, you said you found a purple one? I said, did it have the bendy light?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Salute, man. Tremendous history, tremendous gaming. We got to sneak in some topics, man. Salute to Anchorman for pulling up. I'm going to skip last week's poll stuff because we got a new poll coming up, but I'm trying for the sake of time. We got to move on a little bit. We got to get into these topics, man. So
let me get these super chats.
Yes.
Real quick.
Apologies. You're right. Let's get the super chats. We do got a lot.
We got about 10 or 15.
Okay, cool.
So we got a $5 super chat from Smitty Smith. It's actually the great Fawn. Jay Fawns is in an absolute pillar of the community.
Yes,
Shout out to Lord Fawns, man. We got a 2 super chat from AKW. What's up, Lords and Matty Plays? Nice to see you.
Nice.
We got
almost 600 people.
Please hit the like.
Likes
a lot
up
of good
and
game
share that out.
y'all.
It helps.
We got to
do it.
Yeah, please.
We got a $10 super chat from Max, the lady Okuza.
Lazy Otaku.
I messed it up again, but like I said, we're gonna move right past on that. Not going to be here long, so I'm just gonna say this is real quick. Okay, they weren't here long, so they didn't hear me butcher their name. That's fine. Shout out to the Lords, y'all. As fire as usual. Don't attack Des because your hardware is just a bad.
Oh my god!
I got you. Don't worry.
4K TVs. We got a $5 super chat for One Bad Mother.
Oh, that's my guy.
Played Mass Effect 2 for the first time ever, rearranging top 5 of all time. Would have to be a lawyer to argue this is better than. Well, I mean, we did have a lawyer arguing.
We did have a lawyer. Shout out to Hogue Law that joined us for our Mass Effect 1 versus 2 debate. Continue.
We had a 5 super chat from Jonathan. Greetings on the Lord's Day. I've been listening to you guys for a week and loving the vibes on PS4, but now King has me looking at the Series X on Amazon. It's sold out. We're going to keep on going.
But don't worry, sir. Get over there to that Xbox love.
We got a $5 super chat from KDK. Hello to the Lords on this fine Sunday. I am looking forward to the Lord's Day. Thank you all for the for the laughs each week.
Thank you.
We got a $2 super chat from Pixel Bit G. I think Jade Empire and Control were the best work.
Yeah.
So I definitely
Jade Empire was so
I've never played Jade Empire. I always get attacked.
Playing it right now. Right.
Yeah, give it a chance, man. Give it a chance. Look at that. He has it, not just Game Pass.
Boys official.
So we got a $5 super chat from Brigham. Probably butchered that too. Like I said, it's okay. Your thoughts on the Scarlet Nexus demo? Has anyone played that besides me?
No,
not yet.
That's some addict stuff.
It's okay. I feel like it's definitely got a place, and it has me actually looking at it like, oh, maybe I would actually buy this. I don't know if I'm there yet, but before I play, it's a demo. It's not a Game Pass.
I mean, isn't it going to come to Game Pass?
Game Day 1. I don't think.
I have a theory it will, but
yes,
I feel like it fits. And
Matty,
they revealed it on their own stage. Like,
Matty, you're right. Everything that was at that show, they told people, everything that was at that show is coming to Game Pass. So if y'all want to go purchase and y'all don't want to listen to the fine print, that's on you.
I will say one thing real quick because we're going on too long. I do think that before the demo, zero chance of me buying it. After the demo, Game Pass, obviously I'm playing it, but after the demo, you got me up about 50%. Like I liked a lot of the aspects I was seeing on it.
No doubt.
So we got a $2 super chat from Flame. Matty, I love you. Give us Star Force back.
Wow. All right. Okay. That's some passion right there.
There we go.
Yeah, so we got a $5 super chat from Dan Lorenzo. I butchered that. We're moving past that. Fanboys turned gaming into a cult, and now they're developing into weird tribalist console worshippers. They spend more time tweeting than gaming.
Talk about it.
Definitely don't disagree with you on that.
Yeah, he on to something with that. Yeah, too much.
We got a $5 super chat from BitCloud Gaming. Salute to the realm. What's up, Lords?
BitCloud.
We got a 2 super chat from RRD. Defining Duke plus ILP My Sunday Xbox podcast.
Fire.
Yeah, one time we might have to get both of them on.
Yeah, we might have to do
same
that.
show.
A little crossover.
We gotta
do it.
Fire.
We got a $5 super chat from Scrub Nurse. I definitely got that one right. Shout out to the Matty and Lords. Enjoy the content always. Keep up the great work. You guys are a true inspiration to the community. The Book X.
The Book X. Gotta hit him with the book real quick.
Okay, so we got a $2 super chat from Mel Wizzy. Aerial Knights never yield. Best runner ever.
Oh, shout out to support our boy. His game
I'm
release.
so happy that everybody's playing it.
Aerial Knight never yet has released on platforms.
It looks like it's been very successful.
Getting nice reception.
He
deserved
every
saluting them too.
Yeah, so every last thing.
We got a 2 super chat from Master Rex.
We can't do it like
Master Rex.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. Yeah, we got those type of. We got those too.
He said, "Oh,
yeah." That's the same thing we saw that super. We like, oh, okay.
Oh, look here.
Couture is the GOAT of RPGs. I think it's one of the best, but I don't know if I would go GOAT. Like it is definitely one of them.
He said I would.
Got a $5 super chat. I mean, you said you said one of the things that got you in JRPGs was Final Fantasy.
He just
He's never gonna let that go. He's never gonna let that go.
He's never let that go. He's petty.
He's gonna hold that one.
Yes.
Until further notice, your gamer card is with me.
Oh my God!
Oh, we got a $5 super chat from Keller 9000. Hello, Lord. Sorry I'm late. I am not worthy gift, but I mean it. Hope everyone is good.
Salute.
We got a $5 super chat from Reggie Mobile 9. Salute to the Lords. Matty's in the realm, man. Y'all killing it.
No doubt. The legend.
And then that's all I have.
All right,
I think
cool.
we have one, though.
We had 2 people that joined. So later on, we got to salute them. Everybody throw the crest up. I believe one of them was
I've been throwing up the crest.
Yeah, throw up the crest. And I forgot the other gentleman. If you could find the other gentleman that joined or misses that joined, please, we got to salute them. Put the crest up for the new members.
Talk about Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan was one, but there was one before that, too.
There was a guy, Flame something.
Yeah. We got to shout them out when we can. Because
so hold on, we got 3 more.
Okay, please go. And then
so we got. I have to see. Like I'm on the actual monetization thing, so I have to reset every time. So we got $5 from JJ Edwards from NZ. I assume that's you guys, New York or New.
No, NZ, New Zealand. All right, continue.
I don't know. What's I don't know. That's just being
Shout
real.
out to the co-host with the co-most, not knowing. Continue.
Look, co-most does not mean I know where all these are.
Shout out to him.
What's up, Lords and Lord Matty? Hope
today.
to see St. Rose and Crimson Desert at E3. Everyone else excited for these games. By the way, Skyrim is the GOAT. I'd have to say Skyrim's one of the GOATs. I don't know if Skyrim's good. Skyrim's good. I just feel like the RPGs was drastically reduced from its predecessors, but we're not going to go there.
Shout out to Kingsfield.
We got a $5 stretch from Paco Luigi. Back from walking the dog and got a shout. Let's go Atlanta Reign. I assume that's something with baseball. I don't know. Overwatch League. I have no idea. Okay, no idea. Overwatch League has the June Joyce the next 2 months. Any of y'all watching? I don't think anyone here cares about Overwatch. I do. I like Overwatch.
I'm just not watching League.
Cognito,
I'm taking a long break.
Cognito boycotted Overwatch for 3 years. So if he says anything, he's wrong.
He's still mad about 2016 Game Awards.
I'm in my feelings. Yes.
We got a $3 super chat from Drunken One Ninja. Couture versus DXX is as the GOAT RPG. Okay. That's.
I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna sit here and cap.
Let's move on. We got stuff to do. We got topics.
Yeah, we got these topics.
That's all.
That's it. We all
right, let's get it.
So let's get into it. All right. First, again, shout out to Anchorman, who has pulled up Lord Bethesda himself. God Howard's only son, begotten son, has pulled up. Good to see you, brother. It's been a minute. You are family from day one. We love having you in the realm.
Sir.
So let's get into it, man. Fun show. Starfield is back in the news, man. One of the most highly anticipated Bethesda new IPs, I feel. And it's in the news once again, man. This time courtesy of Lord Jason Schreier, who we had in the realm last week with some updates. So I just want to repeat what he said. So pretty much it looks like he was responding to someone on Twitter, another content creator. He said, look, rumors like this keep floating about, but Starfield is nowhere near
He's
done.
He's frauded already. Can't even pronounce the name.
Oh, yeah. Look at you. According to several people familiar with development, it'll be at E3, but the planned release date I've heard is way later than people expect. Sharing this so that folks keep their expectations in check. Then he continued to go on and say, what people might not realize is the bulk of BethesdaGameStudios, including the Maryland office, was working on Fallout 76 when it launched. Starfield's team was very small until 2019. Rumors that the game was planned for 2020 or far into production there are just not true. So this kind of created a storm. Obviously, we've heard various reports.
Storm. That's an understatement.
Yeah, we've heard various reports, but I think Starfield is 2 storms, in my opinion. And I'm going to let Matty jump in. The first, was it exclusive or not, right? And that was a big thing. A lot of people were, is Microsoft definitely going to, share the wealth, so to speak, and put this on PlayStation? And that, a lot of people have gotten in front of yourself, ACG and stuff like that, has got in front of that as well. And then the second part comes down to release date. And I want to start with you, Lord Matty, because obviously, you made a tweet recently, you know what I'm saying? And I had to respond back because I felt you were a little hard on yourself, but I understand.
As per usual.
But you're very passionate about this subject. So my question is, two-part question. What are your thoughts on this potential late 2022 release of Starfield? And then second, which is something I had to ask, and I've been having this conversation in the Xbox community. Is this a major disappointment for the software lineup if it doesn't hit 2021? Lord Matty, the floor is yours. Starfield.
Late 2022 is, I'm sure we'll tap into it a little bit, but it's interesting because it was like the opposite of what I would say 99% of the industry was reporting. So,
yeah,
I don't even think you can
I was
really
told completely. I was right there with you, Matty. I had people tweet me saying he was wrong. You told me this. You told me that. I was like, first off, I can't help that you listen to me. So,
So, like I said, we'll get into it more and more, but across those reports, including stuff I've heard and I said, like, was always, keep an eye out on fall 2021. They are aiming for that, but it can always slip into 2022. For me, if Jason was just like, it's 2022, I'd be like, all right, news is news.
Yeah.
But late 2022 kind of changes things. I wonder.
Let's go.
It can sound bad at first, but I think we don't know what Starfield is right now, and so I look at it as like, man, there's so many other great games coming out. There's gonna be other great Game Pass deals, and when you look at the first party stuff, I think starting with Halo Infinite, they have the chance to get this rolling quarterly release that is a lot more appealing to the general consumer. So if Starfield needs a little extra time and they're like, hey, we're going to have Halo Infinite in the fall, and this is speculation, by the way, after this point, but like we're going to have Forza Horizon in the beginning of 2022, like in February, and then we're going to have Wolfenstein 3 later on in the spring. And then summer, we're going to have Starfield, and then we're going to have in the fall Fable. It's like, dang, you've just rolled each part of the season with a big release that's day one Game Pass. That's not accounting for the third party stuff that they may work out. So to me, it's like, it makes a little sense. Yeah. I think it's exciting on that front. And I think it's easy to get disappointed because, like a lot of people, I'm not excited about Starfield. I'm like super curious though.
Yeah.
They've worked on Fallout, Elder Scrolls. They've just gone back and forth on that. This is Bethesda's A team, man. This is the Todd Howard team in Maryland. Woo! Like they do the best work.
That's what I want to point out too, Matty, is like I do think to a point there are people that's hyping this game up more than it should be hyped. But like
for sure,
to that same point, it's like I'm at that point where they have the benefit of the doubt from me. Like, but I'm not at that point where I'm like, I need it now. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think it's like I was saying, people love to give clout to companies like Naughty Dog. They make amazing games. Like, look, 76, I get it. First off, their core studio didn't even 100% make 76. They helped with certain sections of it.
Correct.
It was, I think, at Austin, they were the ones that made it.
Yep.
So, and that's the part that kills me, because it's like, besides 76, and you could kind of remove that out of the equation because they didn't really make that game. It's like, all their games have been either Game of the Year or Game of the Year contenders. So it's just like, with that kind of, like, I do feel like they're up there with that Naughty Dog type of thing, where it's like, look, sir, some of our games are buggy. We'll admit that.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
They're always fun. And they're always Game of the Year or Game of the Year contenders. That means the whole industry, for the most part, loved our games. Like, so I feel like Starfield, sure, it's not an Elder Scrolls, it's not a Fallout, but because it's made by that studio, I feel like they should get the benefit of the doubt that could be a good game. Like,
no, continue, Matty. I'm dying to hear, what you feel about that. And then, the reason why I asked the second part is because, I've had these discussions with people in Xbox circles, and they're like, oh, that's a major L. And yeah, you see what your face did? That's what my face did. Right?
Yeah.
But I want to hear it, from other people to say, am I bugging out? Because, because I shouldn't say all people are saying this, just a few.
A lot
I'll
are,
say some of the hardcore, because they really, I guess, maybe excited for it or whatever. Like, and it's just like, well, it's gonna be Halo and Forza again.
Oh no,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, they want the 1-2 punch to kick off the year.
Right.
Like, say, okay, now Xbox is coming in, we're starting off and doing like, okay, here we go. We got Starfield and Halo Infinite to kick like this to end the year, and it just kicks off the rest of the season. That's what we want. I get it, but yeah.
No, I feel you. And that's why I'm curious about, like, Matty's thoughts on that. Like, where are you at with that thought process, that if it doesn't come out this year, which it may not, this lineup for 2021 is not that inspiring and more of the same.
Yeah, that's the problem, I think, is the bigger L I want to emphasize to anyone listening is if Starfield came out, it's bad. That's the L. That's the L. It needs to be a good game first. There was no L if it's a good game.
That's the L that
No
actually
Cyberpunk.
That's the L that actually damages Microsoft, not to getting delayed.
Absolutely. What is kind of damaging, I think, is you hear last fall, oh, we're going to release Halo Infinite because the delay, as all of us know. We get to the next fall, and of course we're going to see other little third-party exclusives and kind of things with the ID at Xbox. Like we're going to see the Ascent.
Oh, I can't wait.
You know, they just launched. I think the Wild at Heart was like an ID at Xbox Game Pass Day one. Like they're going to have these little things, but of course, to build your infrastructure and your fan base, you need to have those big launches. I think there is a fear that there's a familiarity. Like look at all those franchises I named. You know, you're going to get Wolfenstein. We've seen a bunch of entries of that. You're going to get Halo. We've seen a lot of that. And 343, confidence isn't high on them. Although I like what I'm seeing a little bit screenshot wise and their transparency. I'm liking that, but we haven't seen the game running since August. Correct. So you throw in Forza in there, and it's like, all right, you know, these are all things that we know what to generally expect. Right. Whereas with Fable, a reboot, it seems like, which is from a new team. That's exciting because that's new. Right. Starfield especially is exciting because it's new. I think that's where the disappointment comes from, is this new thing that seemingly could have had that big 1-2 punch, right? Which Microsoft did want. Like they are not probably going to do that. It's interesting because to kind of follow up on Jason's reports, I think this is really important context that not enough people are hearing. Let's go. Is so obviously myself and a lot of other creators out there and websites like Windows Central Gaming and just across the board, right? I don't need to name names or anything, but we were all like, look for fall 2021. Right. Jason comes out, really good track record, of course, does great work and goes like, hey, late 2022. So I sit there and as a reporter, I'm like, I need to know what happened because this doesn't make sense that it's not just me, like this one loudmouth YouTuber. Right. There's
a bunch of
like Jeff Grubb at one point. Multiple people. Yeah, Jeff Grubb at one point said it. He's got a great track record. Jez
Windows Central. We've had him on, Miles and those guys. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like a lot of big names that if you want to throw me aside, fine. I don't care. I'm not like the insider. I have information that I'll share, but
I'm putting that on you.
All right, I'll take it. But, you know, but I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's way too many people who are like walking back right now all of a sudden, right? Like,
but I'm gonna give you the reason why.
Yeah. Continue. Let Matty
get
go
ahead.
Okay.
No. Sorry, after you finish, I'm gonna give you the reason why everybody's walking everything back, and there's a very distinct reason that nobody's looking at. But go ahead.
All right, I'm excited to hear it because like I saw Jeff Grubb do it. I started to say like, hey, because guy reached out to me. He was like, hey, it's looking more and more like 2022. He didn't say late. He said looking more and more like that. Okay. As soon as he put it out first, I'm like, yep, you got it first. Like I'm gonna let people know when it starts to get reported again, like who brought it first, because I think that's really important because we don't see enough in our industry. Anyway, off topic. So I reach out to Jason, right? Like I email him occasionally when stories happen, and mostly with KOTOR. And so I reached out to him like, hey, Jason, hope you're doing well. Yeah. I've seen so many people reporting 2021, myself included. Right. You're saying late 2022. I said, here's the track record of my source. I talked about KOTOR. I talked about Microsoft and Lucasfilm. I was like, it seems pretty accurate. He's been on the ball. I have a couple of them. I said, do you know? Because he said he talked to the developers. I'm like, do you know something internally? I'm like, did something? And it doesn't have to be strife or damning. It's just like, did something occur that
change?
Knocked it back? So Jason says to me, hey, Matty, I'm going to leave it at my tweets. Thanks for reaching out. I'm like, all right, I'm not entitled to this information. I'm assuming he's going to have like an article ready.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah.
Then buddy of mine sends me posts he's making on Reset Era with the context I was asking for. I'm like, okay, I don't really know what's going on there. I was like, whatever. And I was like, okay, sure. So I see it and I'm like, this is actually really important to the conversation because he's like, for what it's worth, the most important thing here is he's like, for what it's worth, he's like, it seems like what people were reporting on was the Microsoft side of things, where he's like, I talked to developers. I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. When you look at what happened with Halo, Halo Infinite, they said, oh, we're going to get this out at the end of 2020.
Right.
Here we're talking fall 2021. They were a year off.
Right.
If we're hearing it from the Microsoft side of things, it's like, okay, that makes sense why we're hearing Microsoft, because none of us said it's going to happen, right? And I can say that for a fact. Anyone can check all my work, all of Jeff's work, everyone's. We were all like, hey, this is something that they want to do.
Right.
There's a difference between desire and actually hitting
and then you making some definitive statement like it's definitely coming, like what you did.
Pretty much, just to clarify, you're saying that we're hearing Microsoft's goals of a target
Yes,
date. And we're not hearing the developers like, this is the realistic date that it's going to come
exactly.
out.
And that happens a lot. That happens a lot where these like developers are like, we heard it a lot with Cyberpunk, right? They're like, oh, we're going to hit April. And everyone internally, like we're releasing April 2020. And everyone internally in the studio was reportedly like, what? There's no way we're ever going to hit that.
Right.
So I'm imagining Microsoft was like, we want to have our 1-2 punch, and that's kind of like the word that got to them. And Bethesda's probably sitting there like, we're not going to hit that at all.
Right.
So that's personally, based off what Jason's saying, what I heard, that's how I felt. Now I put out a tweet. I was just like, because it was kind of sitting with me where no one was really hanging over my head, but I'm about accountability. I'm about like making sure I'm straight up honest with my audience. And I was like, hey, look, like, I know I was very clear, like 2022 was always an open door. But I said, I will say I beat the 2021 drum loud. I was like, keep an eye out. Like, it's a good chance.
Right.
Or it's a chance rather. And I was like, it can happen. I was like, I understand being loud on that. And if you felt misled, sure. A lot of people, including you, Cognito, y'all were really nice to me.
Like for you on that, I couldn't put yourself on the stake up there like that. Now we not.
Well, because no one else was. That's the other thing is I'm not trying to be a martyr, but no one else was. Everyone was like, I never said. I'm like, look, come on. Like a lot of us said 2021. Come on, man. Like let's be real.
You being real.
The internet never forgets.
That's why when people came at me, I was like, look, man, I can only tell you what I'm hearing. Like I'm not the developer. I didn't make the game.
To Matty's credit, it was always that caveat. Look, this is what their intention is. COVID preventing or whatever, situations, things may change, but what we're hearing for right now is this. You know what I'm saying? But continue.
Yeah, and so a lot of people were really nice about it. And it doesn't take away from the other reportings I've done, but I was like, hey, if you're gonna take it with a grain of salt, like I get it, which people should be doing anyway. Even with someone like Jason, like things change, right? I imagine, and there's no offense to him, but I imagine there'll come a day Jason will be wrong, and should it destroy the
credibility?
Years
Exactly.
Of work?
Thank you.
It's like no, it shouldn't.
Thank
Have your opinion on Jason and everything, whatever. But like, it's if he's wrong about this. Just like if I'm wrong, and many other people were wrong about this, like I'm just saying, if Jeff Grubb says something about Elden Ring, y'all are going to be listening. Like if I say something about KOTOR, people are probably going to be listening.
Facts.
Like I hope that's the case still, because it shouldn't wipe away everything we've done, because for the most part we were reporting accurately what we had been told.
Yes.
And Jason talked to the developers, which not a lot of people have access to, and he got the updated take, and it's like, there you go.
You know what it seems like, Matty? It seems like all of us, we not necessarily had the same source, but at least our source had the same source.
Yeah, it's all coming from the same faucet.
No doubt. Real quickly, because I got to shout out the home team. We will get the rest of it. Shout out to Lord Solve in the building, the legend, the Lord of Clarity. Apologies for my absence. I just wanted to show some love to the family and Matty. Love his work and so happy for his success on Ham and Duke. Didn't want to miss this one. Love y'all. See you next
week. We'll catch up, Sav. We'll catch up, man.
Because you didn't say the super chats the way we like them to say. I'm just joking.
Wow.
I got a barber addict to get him riled up.
All right, then you can read the rest.
No, I apologize. Come on.
Please don't mess with that.
I had to throw salt in the moon. Stir it up.
Leave
I've
Attic
already
alone,
closed
please.
out.
Oh, man.
Attic. I love what you're doing.
Oh, man.
I love it.
We just missed the soft flair.
No, I love
The sovereign touch.
Exactly, the soft flair. But no, I hear what you're saying. Salute. Want to get Anchorman on because, again, Anchorman has been in Xbox Live Party chats for me for years. And I love this man's passion for Bethesda. Like, there's few, outside of Matty, that I know that rep. I mean, he would have the funniest memes. We would go at it. He would tease me over Destiny, but I always respect. And I remember when the deal went down and how happy I was to see his enjoyment. You know what I'm saying? That Bethesda's with Microsoft. So, Starfield.
I called you like at 6 in the morning.
Yeah, you called me at 6 in the morning, bro. I was like, yo, this is, I can't believe this, right? So
I initially thought someone died.
Yeah, I was like, what is going on?
Like, I woke up to like 10 missed calls. Kid Smooth messaged me. Yeah. Like there's 8 other. And what's funny is when I wake up, I don't check none of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
bro, it was a moment. The ZeniMax, like we said, King, the ZeniMax acquisition, King, because they bought the King. They bought the building. They
didn't go purchase a pair of jeans. They went and purchased the store.
Fair enough. Correct. Who did that?
It's the Bethesda acquisition.
Phil Dominus, Max Spencer.
You wanted to be Bethesda. I wanted to be everything.
So let's get it back to Ink. How excited were you for Starfield? And then again, your thoughts on that, and then also with these potential rumors, right, of late 2022, is that a disappointment for you for the 2021 lineup?
I'll repeat what Matty said. How can you be disappointed with something you don't even know what it is? There's just
fair enough.
Starfield. Like, I've been telling you guys about Starfield for just for years. I remember Matty talking about it on his videos. We've been hearing about this thing for a long time. We still don't know what it is. All we know is that it's in space, and it's like I'm super curious. Like, I'm just not. I can't be excited for something I have no idea what it's about. So, am I disappointed? How could I be disappointed with something I don't know?
Fair enough.
I mean, so for me, it's kind of like that. Now, in terms of like sources and stuff, I know a couple people, and they are at Bethesda, but for me, like, if I don't hear anything, I don't. I follow a couple hard, fast rules when it comes to all the insider thing. Normally, if I tweet #insider, I'm just making up stuff just to see what people do for fun. But other thing is, I don't talk to Randall Thor, because every time we talk, something bad happens. I have not talked to him since 2018.
Shout out to Rand.
He's like, ironically,
you ain't gonna jinx my love.
Funny? You know what's funny? Yeah. Ironically, that's when they started turning things around.
Like, it was like the last time he and I had like a real conversation was when they canceled Scalebound.
Oh, like, so you like, we not gonna keep that energy.
Like, we're not talking.
I don't like that energy. I saw the game. It wasn't all that.
When it comes to that, that's one of the rules I follow. The other one too is if I don't hear anything from that Bethesda contact, I don't put any stake in anything.
Okay, no, fair enough. I get you on that. Let's get Addict. I know you had a couple thoughts that King's gonna say his bars. Addict, any more bars on the situation? Starfield, disappointed. Is it an L? No, 2021.
Nah, it's not an L. Now, it being delayed is not an L, but it will be kind of an L if Halo comes out and it's an L. Sure. So
how could it be delayed if it was never given a release date?
Preach.
That's the other part too.
Preach.
Well, you get what I'm saying. Like, regardless what was said and what was not said, the entire industry was saying it was coming out in 2021. So that did kind of give a form of expectation that what everyone's saying, chances are it's right. It is what it is. Something happened, something with the development cycle. I don't know, but for the expectation was it was coming out this year.
Right.
I mean, sure, that only goes off Twitter because that's the only people who really knew stuff like that. But it's like, people really expected that Halo, that Starfield, that Forza. Like when I was told that, it's probably getting delayed, it didn't hit me hard. I was like, well, I don't want, my thing is I don't want another Cyberpunk.
Right.
Like, I think
it's the Cyberpunk effect, but it's not what you're about to say about the state of the game. It's more that during COVID, people just wanted one game. Just give us something to latch on to, and everybody as a community get on board with.
Right.
And everything got delayed, pushed back. There was just nothing on the Xbox side for just something for people just to really enjoy and jump onto. And people want Starfield to be that game.
Yeah. I caused some flack as well by a couple of years for using the word delay. And I think the reason that terminology is creeping in is because for us as people who are hearing things, and not even that, just seeing reports, there's an expectation created of like 2021 possibly. And when it's not that, it's like, well, it got pushed back. And I think that word just slots in. Like, I used it. Really, I wouldn't typically use it. But to me, it's like, there was some type of pushback somewhere. So it's been delayed. Because the same thing happened like with Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I remember Jeff Grubb was reporting on it. And he's like, it's been delayed. And people are like, well, how can it be delayed if we don't know what the release date is? It's like there is such a thing as like internal delays, But
I think pushback is a good word because it was technically pushed back.
Yeah, absolutely. This is great stuff.
I just feel like delay has a negative connotation sometimes. So I totally get why it's not the right word. Yeah,
it triggers them. They get afraid.
Yeah,
but I'm sorry, Addict.
But I mean, when it comes down to it, it's like, look, like, am I a little disappointed I didn't play it a little sooner? Maybe, but it's just like, maybe after E3 goes and if they show it really good and if this happened then after I seen the game, then maybe I a little bit, but
it's a little.
That would hurt. That would hurt.
I can't put my hand on something and be disappointed on something when I don't even know what type of game it is. I'm
Yep.
excited that they're making it because it's a new IP and they've made some of the games that have really.
But you have an
kept me a
assumption
gamer.
on what it is.
Right.
The assumption
have an
on what it
assumption.
is, it's like Fallout in space. It's you have an assumption that you want that flavor.
Right.
So you have an assumption.
See, if it's me, I would personally want Starfield to take like an Outer Worlds approach with Outer Worlds.
Okay.
But I don't think they're doing that. I think
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more of like flying manually and stuff. I don't know. We're not getting into it.
I have dreams as well, but my dreams
we're not getting into that. But when it comes down to it, you know, I feel like 2021, regardless how you feel about Forza Horizon 5, because I have a great strong feeling that's coming out. Regardless how you feel about Halo, that's obviously coming out. You know, and Halo's going to come out hopefully average. I mean, that's the bare minimum.
Right.
Yeah, so, let's hope it's not Halo 5.
I actually liked Halo 5.
The campaign. Multiplayer is fine. Yeah.
It's just like when it comes to Halo, it's like that should be enough. Like we can't act like just because Halo isn't the colossal titan it used to be, and it stood on every mountain that it ever had, that it's still not a mountain. Like,
it is, though.
People are gonna play as long as that multiplayer is in sync. I get it, campaign's important, and it is, but that multiplayer is just gonna keep people in that ecosystem. People are going to have stuff to play along with all the games that's gonna drop this holiday. Like we didn't need Starfield there, we wanted Starfield there.
The reason we want Starfield is not like other than the Cyberpunk thing is also too. It's like we want to see a return on investment on that Bethesda acquisition.
That's what it is.
We want to see it big. We want to see it now.
We?
That's what, you know what it is.
Community, man.
None of my money went out though. This is the craziest thing. Like, it's no we. All right, see this. Okay, I wear this. I wear this. I put listen. Not one of my billions went there. So
just out of curiosity,
right? So I'm okay. This is the gift.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick before you go. Like, I think Anchorman's referring to the investment into the Xbox ecosystem. If you didn't necessarily maybe not,
you got that. It's Game Pass.
Can you let me finish my statement?
Yeah.
But so you don't think that Game Pass doesn't have any relevancy whatsoever to buying Bethesda? So these games are coming to Game Pass.
Here we go.
So this has nothing to do with it.
Listen, I'm gonna give you exactly the gift and the curse.
You better give me something.
And then you're gonna look at it and be like, "Damn, this dude's right again." All right, this is the gift and the curse. PlayStation has been doing this for years, and when we heard of the so-called delay of something that never had a date, you also
do you mean the E3 2016 attempt?
No. I'm talking about the expectations of the individuals that feel that they are owed something. Right. All right. We are in a now culture, so everybody wants things now, right? It's never been like that. But at the same time, you heard about the so-called delay of a game that never been announced to be a release this year. You heard about the delay of God of War. Where is those L's for that? Right? Where is that energy for that? But we're still internally going back to this because it's expectations of individuals that feeling that they're owed something. You expect, like Anchorman said, a return on investment of something that you didn't put in for to come out to justify the purchase of a company that they feel that they need for Game Pass. Right?
I will agree with you that there is a lot of like double standards going on.
Oh no, it's
like,
complete double standards.
God of War was literally announced as a 2021 game.
But they released it.
And we're almost confident it's getting pushed back.
Well,
so I will give you
it's been said already. So now that
we called it being pushed back when it was announced.
Right.
No, that's a delay.
Okay.
Now, Game Pass is the gift and the curse. It's like a soup kitchen. You're not going to give all your great meals in one day. You got to stretch it out, right? So you do have Flight Simulator that's coming out, and people not going to act like that's a great game. It was a great game on PC coming over, and it's going to be a milestone when it gets to the series consoles, right? So that game has to have some life in that space, right? And then it's little titles that you've purchased for time exclusives that have to breathe and day and date in Game Pass, right? Now you're going to drop Forza, which is a great title. It has to breathe in Game Pass. You are going to drop Halo, your biggest Halo, in the 25th anniversary of Halo at the end of the year that has to breathe in this space. Now you have a game that you don't need to rush, that nobody understands what it is, and the expectations cancellations for this game is put on by individuals that don't have a controlling stake in Microsoft. Microsoft has a controlling stake in Microsoft, right? So that game will come out when it has that space to breathe in Game Pass. It's a gift and it's a curse, but you're not going to get 2 bangers in a month. You're not going to get 2 bangers right back to back. You're going to get a banger. And we've always gotten this. We've always got a banger per quarter. It's financials that go into this, people. This is not something that happens by happenstance. You don't see Sony actually, and I don't care what nobody say, they held Ratchet and Clank until the user base got to a spot where they can be comfortable for loss and they can be comfortable on return of investment on that IP.
Where's your source on
if
that?
Yeah, I believe if they would have dropped it in January, if they would have dropped it in January, it wouldn't have sold as much as it's going to sell in June. They're starving right now. Right. Returnal came out. That sold to whatever numbers it was going to sell to. If there's no pandemic or something, I think Returnal comes out a little bit earlier. I think if consoles sell at the rate that they should be selling at, with there's no transistor problems, that they release games at a different cadence. The games that we're getting now is in a cadence according to the situations that we are in. But Game Pass is a gift and it's a curse. You're going to get these games here, but they need time to breathe. So when they said Starfield is not coming out this year, and everybody said, oh, they're going to need a 1-2 punch. You want it to be a 1-2 punch, right? That's something that you want it to be. Microsoft wants it to be a longevity thing, because remember, again, the platform isn't the Xbox Series consoles. The platform is Game Pass. And once Game Pass shows that longevity and these games can breathe in there, you'll start to see the cadence with all these developers producing these games. The games are going to come. It's just over a period of time.
Not for you. Let me jump in. Fun conversation. Love it. What all this is going. I want to hit Matty with this because I think he might appreciate this. I think for me, where it bothers me with this doom and gloom talk about 2021 because of the Starfield potential situation in 2022, is like, Matty, we Mets fans, right? and as a Mets fan, you know what I mean? And you've been a fan of a team that had an off year, a lot of times, right? And it's like, I think what it is we know the struggle and we know the pain and we want the success immediately. We want the turnaround immediately, right? So it's almost like this bad news bears mentality that takes over, like, oh, you see, here comes another, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. And to me, it's like, I don't subscribe to it with this generation, with Series X, from what I've seen so far, right? To King's point, yeah, I mean, am I disappointed as a hardcore gamer that it's not there, potentially not there this year? Yes. Selfishly, I would have loved it. It's sci-fi. That's my genre. It's a new IP. I want to see what Bethesda can do with this new IP. We don't know nothing about it, but I'm hype about the potential of the game in this universe that I like, especially playing Mass Effect right now. I got the sci-fi fever, right, man? Like, we're excited kind of thing. So I get the disappointment thing. I think for me, the main issue that a lot of Xbox gamers have is, I call it the Big Mac, large fries in the shake. The Forza, the Horizon, and you know what I'm saying, and the Gears. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? We love those games, but you want to have that variety. But the thing that's bothered me that I'm seeing from a lot of gamers, and I'm hearing this, we can't use the COVID excuse. You know what I'm saying? Because, it's not an excuse. And it's like, valid. This is a pandemic, a global pandemic that's not just affecting Xbox, it's affecting all studios. Some studios that we've heard internally, Addict, that have come to a dead stop and had to adjust, you know what I'm saying, as far as adapting. And I say that this is Starfield's case. I'm just saying in general as a whole, right? So that's the thing.
Like I said, Cognito, people say, pandemic's not an excuse. So it shut the world economy down, but it's not an excuse. Okay.
Again, collaboratively, motion cap, being in a team, all these things, right? And to King's point, Anchorman's point, it's like, we got to remember, even God of War, everyone, doesn't matter, Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony, everyone is dealing with this. Because if you really be real about it, there's not a lot of original IPs right now that have been dropping in this new generation. So that's the thing. And then the other thing I hate is, like, gamers can't have it both ways, right? Gamers can't say, yo, you mad, you criticize the development, how in the hell did they release Cyberpunk like that? right? How in the hell did Returnal have this issue? Or how in the hell? You can't say that the game needed more time to cook, right? And then it complained at the dev, right? But then be mad, be like, yo, Microsoft got to hurry up and get these bangers out. This is inexcusable that we're taking this long. You can't have it both ways. And that's the thing that bothers me.
But if you leave it up to those individuals, they would have Halo drop, Forza drop, Starfield drop, all in the same month, all the Game Pass. And right after each other, and this is how we're gonna live it. This is it right here. That's not that is not sustainable.
It's not sustainable. And again, you know, I think for me, you know, and I get it, for the people who want the new IP, I get it. But like King is saying, we can't act like when Forza Horizon 5 potentially drops, right, this year. Halo Infinite potentially drops this year. We can't act like that's not gonna be a movie marketing blitz wise, regardless to what happens. Regardless, like I'm with you, Matty, on Halo 5. But I remember when them trailers dropped. And it has, you know, what you call lock and whatever, the conquering hero, and right?
A different feel, man.
It was a different energy when it dropped. The world does stop with these games and a trailer. So all it takes, like I said, I know people like to have fun with the Craig memes, and that's cute. But when the games drop and you see it actually tangible, it's a different energy. That's all I'm saying. Again, I'm not guaranteeing these games are going to be great, provided there's no Master Chief Collection type situations. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not doing that. All I'm saying is we got to do that. And the last point I'm saying, this is the King's point, and I'll finish up, which is the reason why I'm not stressing with all of this, oh, you know, this is a messed up if it's not here, and there's no first-party games, and I got to wait. See, the difference with the Xbox ecosystem that I appreciate, like King said, is Game Pass. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, when you have an Outriders, an MLB The Show, that's a AAA third-party game, right? That makes their ecosystem feel like that's the place where you're supposed to play, because I don't feel like I feel like I'm getting away with something, Matty, right? I feel like, yo, how am I playing this? Like, so the beauty of it, of Game Pass, is when you have a drought, so to speak, you could potentially go to EA and say, hey, Battlefield 6, man.
There we go.
We could drop a
not even that. Like I was trying to explain to somebody. I was arguing on Twitter as I normally do. You know, that's my side job at this point. But we were having a discussion about, they were saying like, oh well, so Xbox hasn't had a game in 600 days, and I'm like, it doesn't feel like that though. Like it doesn't.
That's
just
a lot.
Simply because with Game Pass, it's like. In terms of the big AAA exclusives, like it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like we haven't had anything.
But exactly, like again, I can't speak
at
to
all.
Else, but on Game Pass, my backlog is lit. Like I got tons of stuff to play. You know what I'm saying? So again, I get it.
They just dropped Dodgeball.
What you got? Scarlet Nexus is in the demo.
Knockout City.
The Knockout City.
So much fun.
My son ran downstairs, leaped in front of my TV. And said, Daddy, did you try to knock out the Dodgeball game?
Right.
I said, yeah, they dropped it in Game Pass. I downloaded it. And he said, it's amazing, and ran back upstairs. So who are these people that says Xbox has nothing, right? Or there's no games in there? Those are individuals that have not been able to maintain a subscription service.
Right.
So those individuals on my timeline, I don't listen to. I don't hear it. I can't hear it. I'm tone deaf to your ability to say that there's content here that I won't partake in, and I will continue to say that there's no content there. You have a visualization problem. All you have to do is open your eyes and open your wallet, and you have access to this. This is not closed off to me and a segment of the community. I told people on my PlayStation, it doesn't start until Ratchet and Clank hit. When Ratchet and Clank hit, that's when that generation starts for me, and I'm over there. But again, I don't ever run around saying PlayStation doesn't have games. Because there's people playing games over there. Obviously, people enjoying stuff over there. So that narrative that we need a 1-2 punch, we don't. But we have stuff there.
When it comes to Game Pass, like my brother's playing that snow trucker game. Like
like
it's just like at the end of the
taste anyway.
At the end of the day. Like, people got to stop with this mentality. If I don't like it, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Like, because it's their word. Like, if it's not hot to them, then it can't be hot to millions of other people. You know what I'm saying? Cut it.
The mic.
No, continue. I was just cutting because it was a lot.
I was listening. At the end of the day, people, it's gonna be fine. Like even if this year does become a little bit lackluster, with just Halo, like let's stop acting like we don't have all these third parties dropping this holiday. If you don't like Halo, like chances are you're probably playing COD or 2K anyway. Like all these other games coming out. Like I've always suggested, like Ratchet and Clank comes out next month. Why ain't you playing that? Like there's plenty to play out there. Just get out of your comfort zone and play more than 3 games a year.
No, but what it is, Matty, the thing is, this is the last point I know we're going. The thing is, they're like, oh, you guys are making excuses for Xbox. Matty, you're making excuses. You hyped Starfield up too much, and now you got to be held accountable. Like, how do you feel about? Like, so you're not allowed, Matty, to be excited at all for the potential of this.
People conflate. If this even happens, I hate to say it, like in higher up people in our industry, I'll just say, oftentimes conflate people talking, just discussing with excitement. So, like I said, I don't need to name names, but like people are just like, oh my God, stop hyping up Starfield, these rumors, and then they drop a rumor. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, come on, man. This happens way too often. And it's like, people are going to talk. People want to talk about this thing. They're interested because the people who are higher up in the industry who direct the conversation oftentimes are communicating about it.
Facts.
So, I get it from time to time, not too often, but I'll sit there. I'm invested in what I talk about, right? Like, because once again, we talked about it at the start of this. Like, once you start faking it, people know. So yeah, when I'm talking, you got 100% of my attention and my energy. And so some people are like, man, why Starfield in particular in this case? Like, Matt, why is Matty so excited about Starfield? We don't know anything about this game. And it's like, you are clearly confusing me just wanting to have a talk about this game, which is relevant to my interest, but also to my channel and everything. Right. You're confusing that with just excitement. Like if I'm off the walls, like we're talking Fallout 4, go look at my trailer reaction, dude. I'm literally like in this spot here in this corner, like bouncing. I'm off the walls. Like that's excitement. That's excitement, man. But like when we're sitting here just engaged and having a chat, like that's not excitement, man. Like when the conversation starts, we want to finish it. And that's the energy that people should carry, is because oftentimes there's not enough talk.
What's crazy? I was gonna say what's crazy is it comes from the same people that hype up E3 every year.
Right. But my thing is,
like we're literally
guilty. I'm hyped for this one.
So excited.
Like, it's literally comes from the same people that tell you not to hype stuff. That's like we're literally hyped for an event that's going to tell us games coming out years from
10 things that might be at E3. It's like. Don't be excited.
Yeah, but my thing is, why are people mad at other people's excitement?
Like, man, we can get real philosophical.
Let's get real with it, right? Like, why are you mad that someone is possibly excited for it? Like, I don't get that. Like,
I got a lot of hate for Super Lucky Tail.
Like it's just weird energy. Like this stuff I don't care about, right? But it's like, yo, I know King like that joint. You know what I'm saying? I can see, like, I'm not the biggest Fable guy, right? But I see what Addict is like, yo. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't understand this weird energy that, some in the community have that you're not allowed to be hype about. You don't know what it is. You can't be hype about it. Like, you can't be hype about the idea of it. You can't be hype about the idea.
Let's be real here. It's because it's an exclusive. It doesn't happen if it's not.
Are you implying?
Like, no, they was happy as hell when they thought it was going to go over.
Are you implying that before the exclusivity?
I don't.
Did you remember Addict?
What?
Do you remember?
No, I don't.
Before, okay, when they was clowning everything, talking about, y'all paid all that money.
And those games are going to be everywhere.
Everything. Yeah. I remember distinctly people on my timeline, on your timeline, on ILP timeline, talking about when it does come out, and it comes out for everything.
They were going to play it on their PlayStation.
Excited. I'm going to be playing it over here.
When we had ACG on, he called it the 5 stages of grief. He was just like, the acceptance, the denial. You know what I'm saying? It was all
it's denial first.
Yeah.
It's like at the end of the day, when's the last time? There's exception third-party games, stuff that has literally evolved beyond gaming, like Call of Duty. Obviously, you have the Call of Duty haters. But when's the last time you sat someone? I don't care about basketball, baseball. When have you ever seen me on my time like, why are you looking forward to Madden? Why are you looking forward to 2K? I don't care. Like that's your bag. Play it. I don't even attack COD fans.
when MLB The Show came out
to play.
Yeah, it's just weird energy. As gamers, we got to do better. You know what I'm saying? I'll move on for the top. We just got to do better. Allow people to be happy if they're happy about something. If you don't care about it, you ain't got to voice your displeasure with someone's excitement. Like, keep it to yourself. Like, no one cares about it. It's just weird to me because if somebody likes something I don't like, yo, God bless, yo, that's your thing. I feel you. You're getting that banger that you want. Salute you. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. But let's move on. Act, do you want to merge that topic in?
Yeah, so I was going to say, and, you know, my topic really was like, I do feel like to a degree, it is a little bit of these people making these games issues. Like, I feel like sometimes they be announcing games like way too soon. Like sometimes people will announce games and the thing gets canceled. Like if you're announcing games that short in development that it gets canceled before it ends development, then maybe you should have waited on that. Example, you know, I can understand certain games like The Last of Us 2, 9 times out of 10 that's coming out. We have a good understanding what that kind of game is going to be. But Starfield was announced like 4 years ago, it feels like. So we've been doing nothing but talking about it for 4 years. Elder Scrolls was announced 4 years ago. It's a little bit different because it's Elder Scrolls. We kind of know the universe, we know the franchise, it's okay. But what do you guys think? Do you think that maybe the industry as a whole should like reflect on what's going on with a game that's announced too soon?
Lord Matty?
I go back and forth on it because I am really a strong believer in like information, and I think it's good to know, you know, what's coming, what's in your pipeline. My problem really stands with just like how few people are allowed to bring information to the table. You know, I've said this pretty openly. Like, you know, it's typically through Jason Schreier or Jeff Grubb, like very minimal outlets outside of that. You'll see time in, time out. There'll be an occasional different name pop up. But I think it's, you know, it's super important that we know what's coming up. But on the other hand, you can't control people's expectations and their excitement. You can only do your job, is my mindset. So it's like, I'm going to bring you this Starfield information. We don't know if it's going to be good or bad, but you're not going to blame me for you getting yourself hyped. Like, at that point, I got to tell you, I got to hit you with the SpaghettiOs energy and tell you to throw up. Like, come on, man. Get him. So, there are some cases. It is case by case. That's kind of the problem. Is a lot of
you know what it's equivalent to, Matty? It's people blaming pre-orders on broken games. It's like you can't blame the consumer for going out and supporting the franchise or the game they're hyped for. We should aim that towards the people releasing broken games. Like,
man. And it's what happens is a lot of this discourse occurs on Twitter where there's not enough room for nuance, right? So we can sit here and parse through things and talk about like, well, in the case of Scalebound, that was way too early. But in the case of Cyberpunk, I feel like they were transparent, but turns out it was kind of cloak and dagger move. And you see, you have all these different situations where, like, for us to develop the conversation, it needs to go beyond just people firing off on social media. And it's also, once again, just that pure responsibility that people need to have for themselves. Like, not like if Jeff Grubb, when he told me, hey, not me, sorry. When he reported like, oh, Mass Effect Trilogy Remaster is a thing, it's happening. When he says that, like, that's all there is to it. It's not his fault if people get really hyped at that. Like, it's an exciting premise on paper, just like Starfield is. It's a new IP from Bethesda's A-Team. Like, give me that. Like, that's exciting. But, you know, you can't be excited about the product at that point. So, to an extent, I think the industry pulls the trigger a little too early. I have to say, though, I think Xbox is the biggest offender of that. I really do, man. I really, really do. Because these games are far out, and they're just like, let's announce Fable. It's like, and you know, Addict, I get it, man. I know, like, you gotta be on like the double side too, because it's like, we can't ask them what the roadmap is, and then they tell us the roadmap. He's like, you announced these too soon because we demanded them to tell us these games. Yeah, man. So that's what I'm saying. It goes back and forth. Like, I want on one instance, like, please, like, hold your announcements. But I also want to know. I'm a believer that if you could show me gameplay, then it's time to show it, right? Like, I don't think it's gonna dramatically shift that much. If a gameplay trailer can be ready. Which is why I'm wondering what they're going to do with Starfield, right? Like, we get this, like, title reveal trailer. So I'm thinking Xbox loves their CGIs. Like, are we going to see Starfield in action to, like, to a little extent? So, I don't know. I'm expecting more shrunken down thing with, like, a bigger reveal maybe later in the year, like a QuakeCon or something.
So, okay, Matty, I'm going to break it down just a little bit more.
Let's go.
If you were the one that's, like, the PR team, like, Matty, how are we going to announce this game? What kind of time duration would you show any type of trailer before anything? Like, to me, I feel like a CGI is okay if it's just announcing the game. But if once you announce the game with that initial CGI, I don't want to see your stuff until it's gameplay ready at all. How would you feel like that would be the best way to go?
I would disagree. I would rather just like I want to make a game, right? Like I truly do.
Nice.
For me, when I reveal that, I'm going to show you it in action. Like I don't want to give you an idea. I want you to see the thing and know. And I'm gonna sound like a little bit like Todd Howard. I'm gonna be real, but like I agree with his mindset.
Please tell me Fallout 4
I
is
like
the model.
Todd Howard. I like Todd Howard
because I just love the idea of, hey, here's this thing. Here's what it looks like. Here's how it plays, and here's when you're getting it. Like we know. Like
does it just work, Matty? Does it just work?
I hope it does. But you know, that's a while from now. But like when the time comes, like I want to keep that short. Like I want to keep it long enough where people can hear about it and learn about it. I don't want to have. I think Hades played a dangerous game is an example I think of where they did this early access over on Epic. And if it wasn't for word of mouth, man, like that game, I don't know how it would have done, but like more and more people kept saying like, this is good. Yeah. Like, and I'm on the same boat. Like I bought it through word of mouth. Not every game is blessed that way. So you need some time to just get the name out there. And so like, for me, it's like as a smaller game, it's like, let's keep it to 3-4 months. But in the window of AAA, it's like, keep it to half a year. Keep it to like, you hear about it. Like, because that window, if it's tight, man, like, and your game is good, it does well because people, it's just, there's a short containment period of here's the game name, here's what it looks like, here are the beats we're going to hit, here's the marketing we're going to do. Right. And then you're there at launch, man. It's like there's no letting off the gas. It's not like what Ubisoft used to do, which was like a year and a half.
Do you think that kind of timeline might be a little bit different for console manufacturers though? Because like they kind of do have to show what's in line in their line to sell a platform. Like that's why PlayStation at the beginning of generations, they just shoot what's coming out 5 years from now because they want Last of Us 2 is coming out. We don't know when. But it's coming out. Like
I think that changes now. I think and to Matty's point, I understand that, like the cadence that you presented, that's a cadence that Microsoft will be comfortable with once these developers are churning out the games in that time frame, because then you want to give a roadmap to your Game Pass platform. You want to give a roadmap to stuff that's coming out. So it gives you a thought process on how they're releasing, when they're releasing AA, AAA. I don't like to give A's and stuff like that, but to these titles that come out, because Ascent might be my AAA title of the year. I don't know until I get it and I explore it and I play the game. But again, we're going to get to that space, and I believe Microsoft will be the masters of that space due to the amount of studios that they do have, and the internal take on how they're viewing their infrastructure at Xbox. They're viewing the infrastructure at Xbox through a prism of Game Pass. In doing so, you are changing how the landscape goes for gaming as a whole in that Xbox brand, right? And you want to extend it to a state that these companies, your developers, are producing content in a span that keeps it churning, keeps it going, is the machine that keeps going. So I understand what you're saying, from your aspect. I think it's going to change because we're dealing with the old model and we're converting to the new model. And I think we're going to get past that too far out announcement. But for Addict needed to hear Fable was in production. Addict needed that because
I legitly
I was with him,
convinced it wasn't
real. Like, and and they were listening to you. They heard your pain. I was sitting right next to you. I felt so bad for him. I swear to God. When it wasn't shown and the curtain goes up and we was like, damn.
I think what makes it worse for people like us is we know a little bit that's behind the scenes. So like we expect it and we don't see it. We get disappointed off the bat because we know it's there.
Yeah, like we a lot of the hardcore gaming community has their ear really to the ground, and then when those rumors don't turn out to happen at E3, then all of a sudden to them it's a major disappointment. But I want to get, before I go on, I want to get into Anchor, like, are games announced too soon for you? What's the right way to do it? I see you chimed in on what Matty said.
For me, like I always viewed like Fallout 4 as like the perfect media grouping, where it was they announced it, less than a month later they showed gameplay, gave us a deep dive. Here's the release date, and then after that, like they had very short trailers. I always love Bethesda's live action trailers that they put together. I always love that because they do it at a weird frame rate where it looks it could be really good gameplay. So, but I always love those trailers. But for me, like I like the whole 6 months to 9 months, just depending on what kind of game it is. If they could do 6 to 9 months, that would be great. Because it would give people just enough time to say, all right, like I think what King was talking about earlier, you got to think about it in terms of Game Pass, in terms of, all right, how do you have these announcements in a time frame where you can keep people subscribed to it just long enough where they don't cancel the subscription and resubscribe later.
No, good point.
And I think 6 to 9 months is that kind of questionable period of like, I might not, if there's another game I might like or not. It just depends. I think any longer than that, though, you can have that whole group of people who just migrate whenever it's available.
Yep.
Shout out to the cops going by. I was trying to talk with the cops.
Oh, they're coming to get you.
Yeah, look, man, I'll make it quick. Good question. I think, God damn the cops. But I think they out here. But look, at the end of the day, it's a good question. I'm with you, Matty. I can see both sides to it, and it's like you want to generate hype, definitely for your game, and I think there is a value to it, for showing hope for the future. Right? Yeah. Okay, they working on this, they doing this, right? But then, to your point, you also want to set the Anchor's point. You want to set realistic expectation, right? Because at the end of the day, I agree with Anchor. Like I like how Bethesda does it in the sense that, like, when they finally do show, there's that window where it's most likely coming. It's ready, it's ready to get out the door and stuff like that. And I like that. And with Starfield, since we're using the Starfield example, there's a part of me that. I don't know if King will relate. Like, I miss the secrecy of not doing it. There's a part of me that likes the secrecy of not knowing exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying?
It's over. We are behind the curtain.
I know.
The Emperor has no clothes. We see who the wizard truly is. For us, it's spoiled for us. Right. The layman dudes that's out there and the speculation and the love they see, I live through their eyes and their hopes. Sometimes I don't want to hear anything. Sometimes I don't play demos. Sometimes I stay away from certain
you stay away from it. I know.
Yeah, I try my best.
You want it to be brand new. Once you get it, you don't want to hear it. I know, I get it. And that part, like I said, that's why I'm conflicted, because there's a part of me that even though sometimes we clown and be like, yo, it's just a JPEG. They ain't saying, they ain't showing up. We don't know what it is. There's a part of me that I like, that gives hope. Like, let's be real. When Nintendo threw
like that Metroid
Prime,
Metroid?
I seen the Nintendo fan base, and I seen Nintendo New York go crazy in my state.
Yeah.
Nintendo New York, and I was so happy for them because they just wanted to know it was coming. You know what I'm saying? No, come on, go, Matty. I see you.
I was gonna say, I think it just, now that we've talked about it more, I think what I've felt is like, if you know the thing, like with Addict and Fable or New York with Metroid, it's like, you know it. And so in the case of Fable, we'll say like, okay, we know it's Playground, we know their history with open world racing.
We're literally just waiting for the announcement.
Yeah, exactly. Like, confirming that and knowing like Fable is a thing, you have a history there, like what is going to change, like there's an expectation, you sort of know about it. Something like Starfield, I think they did pull the trigger on too early.
Okay.
Just because I wouldn't say that, because I think we'd be in a darker spot, but that's what I'm saying. There's so much nuance to this. But
imagine if
a game like Starfield, where we don't know what it is. It is a new IP.
Yes.
It's like, all right, what do we expect? I don't know. And so you just wonder in this case now, it's going to be 3 years in June.
And I understand that thought process. Let me just finish this last part. I'll get you go at it. I understand both sides to it. I understand where you're going, Matty. I understand where King's going. Like, yo, don't show me nothing till it's ready. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see a JPEG. And King is even worse than me. He don't even want to see a vertical slice. He's like, no, don't.
I'm with you, Matty. Show me gameplay.
Do
not show me something that I'm not going to be able to touch and move and do, because I'm going to call you out on that part.
Yes, absolutely.
I feel you. And King, I give him credit. He's been on his square with that. Like, I get excited sometimes by a vertical slice. He's like, nah, I want to see the game. I don't care.
I've been fooled too long, Matty.
Yeah, he'd be like, nope. Because we come from the era we fool. But, the other flip side that I want to say, though, there is a part of me that when there's a game I had no knowledge of, right? And then that studio shows the game, right? Or maybe I just heard that they may have been working on something. And like the gameplay or the trailer really impresses me, sometimes that does get me hyped. Like, yo, I wasn't paying this no mind, but now that I've seen it, like, yo, this is, I want to know what's going on. I'm in. You know what I'm saying? There's certain joints, you know what I'm saying, indie games and third-party games that come into that thing. But last point I'll say is that, you know, set realistic expectations, be transparent, and if you need more time, delay. That's what I got. That's what I got. Anyone else? And then we wrap up.
Yeah, let me do my actual topic real quick.
Sorry.
Look, this is how I want it. Okay, in my realistic thing, I'd like the stuff Bethesda does, but I think as a platform holder, I don't think that's a realistic thing that they can do for the most part. Like they got to show some kind of, you know, future for their platform. They've always done that. I don't see that changing. I don't really like. I like the we're going to announce stuff this E3 for next year. We're going to announce stuff next E3 for the year after that. Like, I think that's a decent middle ground. I don't think people should be announcing games that's 2 or 3 years in advance.
It won't have content.
Like, this E3, I would prefer to see stuff that's only coming out next E3. Like the duration between here and next E3.
Right.
Yeah.
But I know as a platform holder, that's something that they can't do realistically with the majority of their games. Right. Like, they have investors that they want to hype up. They want to show all this interest in these things. Like, it's not a realistic thing. If I had it my way, everyone in the industry would be doing it the Bethesda way. Right. 6 months, your game's out. But I just don't think that's a realistic thing.
Or more specifically, like you're talking about, Attic, like one of the things I was worried about when they showed Starfield and the Elder Scrolls trailer like that, I was like, why are they showing this so early? This is not Bethesda MO. This is kind of like they're showing this way too early, and now like they were trying to be sold. they were selling.
Imagine if they wouldn't.
Well, not just that, but think about Warner Brothers. They went for sale earlier, and then they said, "Nah, we're going off the market." They showed Gotham Knights, and then they showed Suicide Squad, and now they're supposedly back on the market again. Right. But after showing that, and that kind of increeses their value again. Right. But that's a point of like, why do they show it so early as well?
You know what would be crazy though is if Bethesda kept their standpoint on stuff and didn't show Starfield and Elder Scrolls. We knew Elder Scrolls would come out, but not Starfield. And then they get bought by Microsoft, and Microsoft reveals Starfield. That would have been a
plot twist. Yeah,
that would have been a plot twist. But look, that's what I got. Let's move on. Long joint. Let's do this quick. Lord King, this is something he wanted to talk about in our final topic.
I got no remarks on this.
Oh my Lord! And the news regarding Biomutant, and shout out to THQ doing it. You know, they put out a statement in reference to it, and it looks like obviously it's been developed for past generation. Why is King flexing this off? Developed for past generation consoles. He's out of control. I can't look at you right now. So it basically, you know, obviously it works on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X due to backward compatibility. But looks like at launch they did make a statement in stating that the native resolution for the PS5 will be played at 1080p upscaled to 4K due to some stability and performance issues that will not be resolved by the game's debut, and that's being set for May 25th. And then the other comment I want to talk about is actually their Twitter account for Biomutant. And they pretty much said, hey, we promised the footage, we put it out, and then people were asking, okay, why is that the case, you know, as far as the resolution thing or whatever. And THQ Nordic said, due to technical reasons, we've deactivated native 4K on PlayStation 5 for the release version of the game. Biomutant is currently running games 1080p.
He's smiling way too much.
He's smiling way too much. But look, this is King's topic. He couldn't wait to talk about this in the round. So, Lord King, your thoughts on Biomutant?
TCL stand up.
Oh my God, TCL television game.
If you have a TCL television and a PlayStation 5, we got a game for you.
Oh my God.
and listen, keep the same energy. It's just like Returnal. You 1080p dudes, you thought it was the next generation. It's not for you.
Oh my God.
No variable reshape rate. None of that.
He can't even say it.
No no Dolby Vision, no SSD, nothing. All you got is a controller you can blow into. And it's time. I've waited for this moment.
Why you waited for this moment?
I waited for this. I don't care.
This moment his whole life.
But King, you're late to this
You were
moment.
holding that in all show.
Yeah, you've been holding this, clearly.
I knew for a fact you guys was in trouble. I knew it. I knew y'all was in trouble with Returnal.
So
this is the second.
King, what do you call that console?
Oh no,
this
is actually the third time.
Yes. Sir.
Earlier this month, this is actually something that popped up too. I found that this morning. I didn't even realize it. Sniper Ghost Warrior. They have their contracts too. Yeah, they announced back on the 7th that they were also having problems with the PlayStation 5 version, so they not canceled. They delayed that indefinitely.
Another one.
Same exact thing.
Another
Shout
one.
out to DJ King Khaled.
Just out of curiosity, King, what do you call the PlayStation 5?
Is it an unstable situation?
It's an unstable juggling console.
Oh, my.
Okay, listen. So I told y'all when I was listening, y'all was like, "Look at this, a deep dive into the PlayStation." So you need to check it out. So when Mark Stern was talking about juggling, and he was talking about, well, if the game needs power, then the power will be transferred, and the GPU will know when to act. And then if it needs intelligence, then the CPU will take over. I said that sounds like a mess. It sounds like a problem. So you can count on nobody here at no point in time, and it's showing itself. So when they say we want 60 frames per second, they say, well, you got to look through it through some shades. Right now I don't have the 4K visuals right now because I got no shades. When I take it off, I feel like Xbox. Right right now I'm doing the PlayStation. So 1080p is happening, and you guys can't do nothing about it. The console is weak, and I'm so happy.
Why are you happy about this?
Because I told you. See. We talked about it earlier. I said I was gonna get Resident Evil.
Yes.
And I said, no, I wanted Biomutant because I waited for it so long. And I knew that game was going to be fantastic. And there's a small development team that's making it. And I just really want to play that game because it interests me on so many different levels. It looks like Breath of the Wild with RPG elements to different aspects. And the little creatures look so fantastic. The world interests me so much. And I haven't been interested in a world like that in such a long time that this is where my dollars is going. And I've been vocal about it. And then to come to find out, this is the gift that keeps on giving. So if you want to compete, they said this is the problem that you guys should really have, and guys should take to Twitter and you should voice your disappointment at Sony.
Oh, we got to go to Sony now. Now we have
to
demand better from Sony.
At Sony, you better, because you told me to demand better from Microsoft, and Jason Ronald and the team has delivered. Okay, they have delivered. My Xbox Series X will be playing at 4K 60, brother, and I will be having a great time. But you 1080p guys,
in fairness,
I don't care. There's no fairness.
In fairness, in the beginning of the generation, the PlayStation 5 had some resolution advantages.
But what happened now when Jason sat down and they started taking the dev kits and twisting the bolts and fixing it in the
this we back on that. We back on that.
I told y'all before we was doing it off the vert. We went to the basketball court. We didn't work out. We didn't put in no work, no pre-workout, no nothing. And we was hanging with you. I said, what happens when we take it seriously? We take the pre-workout and we start doing our push-ups every day.
The dev kits now.
What happens now? Now you see who's doing 1080p 60 and who's doing 4K 60. So at this point in time, are we gonna start acknowledging the elephant in the room? Who do we got? Who's the guy?
I gotta say, because there is some important stuff about this too, because I've been following Biomutant for years. I specifically waited before pre-ordering it all because I'm also just worried everything's gonna end up on Game Pass. So I just wait about 2 weeks before. I wait about 2 weeks before, and I'm like, all right, they didn't announce anything. It's probably not going to be on Game Pass. I'll jump in now. They did not get access to next-gen consoles until recently.
Right.
And so for them, this particular game is not the modes that are going to be available at the start are not the next-gen versions of this game. These are the last gen versions, and really what you're seeing here is
The Xbox One
Microsoft
X version.
dominating with backwards compatibility
Right.
and just being able to
How
push
smart
it
is
even
Jason
further.
Reynolds and his squad?
Oh no, shout out to the team. They do their thing. Yeah,
They
shout
it's
out to
this
them.
is the foresight that Microsoft, Jason Ronald and the team, with the back compat and to the great Bill Stillwell.
Oh yeah, salute the legend.
Oh my
Great
God.
wall.
Do you know how good it feels, Matty, to go to the restaurant of your choice and the filet mignon is brought out to you, and the beautiful wine cabernet is served.
Oh, that's what it is on Series X. That's what we doing now.
And they bring you the meal that you said, yes, it's succulent. Bring it over, and then you look over at the other restaurant, and they're selling burgers.
You stupid!
They're eating burgers and fries.
This is getting out of hand.
And then Jason Ronald walks up as a sommelier with the wine list.
They come to your table and they slice your meat for you on a rotisserie. And everything is white glove. And over here, they give you your ketchup in packets.
Yo, you foul. You foul, son. You can't be doing that. You can't.
No, I am completely. Y'all understand now. Walk in the room is power. You guys got to choose. Like, you got to choose if you want intelligence or if you want to work out, because you can be real strong and dumb, or you can be real smart and weak. Over here, we balance. We do full body workouts. We intelligent too.
We
We lift the weights and we doing calculus. Y'all in trouble.
So are you saying PlayStation skipping too many leg days?
Man, they coming. They legs are spaghetti legs.
We gotta move on. He go out of control.
They do pecs all week long.
This what happened, Matty. King does this, and then we get accused of being, you guys are bad. Oh, the whole panel. These are King stars. Remember that. But look, let's finish up. Lord Matty, Biomutant, Anchor, Biomutant, Lord Addict. Real quickly, what do you guys thought about this whole thing? Were you interested in Biomutant? Lord Matty, let's start with you first.
So I'm reviewing it. So I can only say I can't talk to the quality of the game. Really? I gotta do a careful dance here. Like, I'm sorry.
No, we gotta respect. We gotta protect.
You don't have to. You don't have to respond.
You have to just wait. And what sucks is you gotta wait one day, right? Like tomorrow it goes out, so it's like, oh man. But anyway, yeah. From the outside looking, I made a video about this game because it's this post-apocalyptic kung fu open world RPG. It seems to be taking choice a little seriously. I'm like, dang man. And then you look at it's like a 20-man team. Like, all right, still asking for $60, but all things accounted for, it looks like a lot of new ideas. So for me, I was very interested on this, and I do crack one joke about the quality of the game.
Let's go.
In the terms of visual fidelity in my review. So so just on that topic alone, but I was very curious about this one. I've finally answered my curiosity. I am looking forward to talking about it a lot more, because what I'm excited to see is a lot of people have signed on to this game. I thought it was going to continue to be an under the radar title. I was like, it's starting to smell a little bit like it had that Game Pass stink on it. It's like, man, you're going to need that marketing energy. Just a little bit, right? I was like, I smell something. And so I was thinking that they was heading that path. That's one thing that's great about this year. We were sort of talking about like earlier on, hey, this might be a little bit of a vacant year, but what's happening is people are discovering new things. And like Biomutant is a game that I think typically wouldn't get this mass attention, especially in the discussion of visual fidelity, man. But like it is now, and it's an important launch for people because they're picking and choosing. Like May was the busiest month we had. We had what? Mass Effect, Resident Evil, Returnal, and Biomutant.
Huge.
But like when you look at other years, we had that. Like 3 months in a row, there would be like big game.
Man, all that happened this month. Returnal came out not even a month ago. Man,
I know, right?
I played Returnal 3 months ago.
I know, and so I'm excited because people are looking into this new style RPG. I am admittedly a little surprised people are big on it because, I looked at it and thought to myself, well, it's a 20-man team and they're doing a lot of things. To me, that's always a not a red flag, but it's like, okay, they either nail this or they're being spread thin, and we'll see how it plays out, right? So it is a game that, my review aside, I would have said I'm looking out for a wait for review and just seeing what people think, because it is a THQ Nordic game. They do very interesting stuff. they publish some pretty solid titles. Like you look at Darksiders 3 is one. I wasn't big on that game. I had a lot of cool ideas, and I hope they do more from that franchise, but I gave it away for a sale. They did Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning. I covered that a ton. And like the fact that they even got that game out again is, I say all the time, like I wasn't big on it as a remaster, but as a video game, please play it. But the fact that they got that thing out is, give them a crown, man. That's crazy. That thing got pulled out of the corpse of EA and Kurt Schilling. It's like, what? And 38 Studios, or Big 38. Like, dude,
we just talked about it when we had Lord Jason Schreier on about that whole history in his book. I didn't know any of that stuff. And,
the lawsuits with Rhode Island. I mean, they pulled it out. So it's cool that they do it. I'm glad people are willing to support them. So I'm gonna be curious to see. I've been talking to some people. I'm gonna be curious to see what folks think of the discourse over Biomutant. I'll say that.
Fair enough. Can't wait for you to break that
Definitive
down.
Edition, Xbox.
I'm done.
I played it on Xbox, so.
No doubt. He's got his 4K.
Now you're playing with power.
Oh my gosh. I can't with you.
I said it when you was drinking. You almost spit out. Almost got you.
I'm good now.
Lord, your thoughts on it, and then let's get at it afterwards.
So I remember when they announced Biomutant years ago. Me and was it Alcoholicost or Drunk Cat on Twitter? We were just hyping that game up, and then it was like, this game's not coming out for a while. So we just had to be like, all right, we're gonna come back to this later, and then we put the hype back up again. So I've been excited for it. I think a lot of the new hype, is because it's been kind of sparse lately. And so, like, any game that comes out is going to get attention. You know, like back in 2014, where it's basically like everyone gave attention to Mad Max all of a sudden. And just like, Shadow of Mordor, games we normally wouldn't pay that much attention to, got that kind of.
Because it's kind of a slow period. Again, COVID and all this stuff going on. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, a little bit of that.
Good time to launch your game, believe it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect time.
Yeah.
But the other thing, too, and this is going to sound really weird, a lot of the people, and this is just me, my personal experience talking to people, they're excited about it because of Ghost of Tsushima. Because what they've been seeing is that mercenary class with the hat and everything, and then they're thinking, oh wait, this kind of reminds me of that a little bit for some reason.
Excited?
No, Xbox people, oddly enough.
They hoping for a patch. They said they will release the patch later. How's that patch going for Cyberpunk?
Yo, you gotta get moving on. Continue, Anchorman.
But no, it's been kind of like there's this little things that people have just been kind of pulling stuff into this game from things that are completely unrelated to it as a reason to be excited for it.
Right.
And also, I mean, hey, I always like when a small team works on something. I love the AA space personally.
Yeah, me too.
I normally find with the AA space, people are more willing to try riskier things.
And a risk, it's more.
It's like either got to have something that looks amazing or here's something cool. And so I'm excited for them. I want to see what they're going to do. I like the fact they've been transparent about all this. Like they said, hey, we just got next-gen systems 2 weeks ago. We got nothing.
Yeah.
So blame PlayStation for having tired back compat. when PlayStation said, we don't believe in back compat, now you know why.
Lord Addict, save us from King Slander. Where you at, man?
I think we have fed King's ego a little bit too much today, so
this has nothing to do with me.
I'm going to pass in my topic.
I'm just a vessel.
I'm not feeding that anymore. It's gotten too bogy on it, man.
But Jason's right. When King, what do you call him? The rank and file King?
The rank and file.
Yeah, you got your rank and file.
This is where you stand up and you beat your
we're
chest.
continually feeding him at this point.
Sorry, my bad.
I want everyone in the earshot of my voice to go out and purchase the definitive edition.
Now you team Biomutant now.
Biomutant. Well, listen.
Oh, yeah.
I told dudes I was gonna buy that game anyway. Regardless, before the conversation came out with the resolution and stuff like that, I've always been intrigued by that game. That game has shown me a level of excellence from the small development team that demands my dollar.
Right.
And then to see the game and it's not a cutscene, because a lot of times, like what you're saying, is vertical slices and stuff like that. So Matty, when you saw the game and you was like, and I know you questioned it at first, is that a vertical slice? Is this? And then you saw it was actual gameplay. You said, oh my God. And now that you got a chance to review it, you know exactly what you got, and I'm pretty sure because you smile infectiously with it, that it definitely it has something to it. And I've not heard anything bad from anyone about this game, so they were going to get my dollars. When I said it's the gift that keeps on giving.
To be fair, Lord Matty just say he's under an embargo. That's probably why
he can't say anything right now.
My smile is my smile.
Yes, exactly. And it speaks volumes, sir.
Let's move on, bro. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. You finished?
No, it's just I'm not gonna allow these dudes, because us Xbox dudes, and I want you to put your bayonets up.
Oh God!
Because when that little S is doing 1440p at 30 frames per second, flexing its little muscles, and I'm telling you, you got to ask yourself this question: Is the PlayStation 5 holding this generation?
Oh my!
Is this inferior console holding us back from greater pastures where it can't even achieve 1440p? And don't you tell me that the S is the weaker console when it's out working you in the gym.
You've been holding on to this.
No, okay. I definitely have. And I'm going to tell you right now, I want y'all to put your bayonets up. So this is the part where if you just got an S and you was like, I wasn't able to get an X, you got a stronger console than the PlayStation 5.
So now because of the team and the 120 frames games,
that's right.
Game boost, now you pop it off. Now,
that's right. You know what? 120 frames means a lot when you don't have a TCL television.
I just want to point out this is Biomutant he's referring to.
Yeah, he's clearly capping for Biomutant.
Not like some giant third party. But Biomutant.
Biomutant get all the praise.
You know, listen. You got to take your roses when you can.
I feel that.
And this is the part of the story where I say, it sucks to be you guys.
Oh, but time on the slander.
We living well over here.
Yes, Mr. Lord Buffet. Anyway,
y'all waited for this. Thank y'all for sticking with us. I had to bring the smoke for all you guys that stuck around.
Yeah, for 3.5 hours.
It's 527 people. Yeah. I hope I delivered what you was waiting for.
Oh, absolutely. This was worth the wait. You going in your bag. I'm not going to front. Salute to Matty for dealing with our foolishness.
Dealing with, come on, man. It's not fun.
We go long. But, look, I'm with King. Not with King on that part.
He's with me. You heard it? Sorry.
Not with that part.
Got him.
I'm with King as far as the funniness with his topic.
He's been labeled. It's over.
He provided the entertainment the realm needed. As far as this situation, I don't know what's going on. If it's the back compat thing, it proves to be. It is what it is. I don't care about Biomutant, to be honest. It's not something I was checking for, but no disrespect to anybody who is, because I don't kill excitement.
Thank you
know what I'm saying? If you're excited, I'm excited for you, brother. You know, so that's why I'm at, and we'll see what happens if they, if for technical reasons or they come out with a patch. If not, whatever. It is what it is.
They better come out with a patch.
I'm done. If you want the definitive version, listen to King and go get you a Series X. Be happy. But anyway, let's get the poll and truly get out of here. And
let's get the super chats real quick.
But you want to get the super chats down?
Yeah, there's not many. There's
okay, cool.
Like
let's get them now. Yeah, we gotta get because we got this man hostage.
Yeah, $5 super chat from Sloan with backslap. Afternoon, Lords. Really enjoyed Matty's content. Glad to see him here. Mass Effect 2 over Mass Effect 1. Okay.
Woo! Talk that.
We got a $5 super chat from Dan Lorenzo. Can PlayStation really afford to release God of War as a PlayStation 5 only exclusive with so few systems in the market? Time between releases is necessary. Okay. Warlord 1015 $5 super chat. We have to be honest as a community about the hype train created by YouTubers about Starfield. Now everyone is clean up duty. It's disappointing. We got a 2 super chat from Raiden Blade. Hello, fellas. I'm listening from work. We got a $5 super chat from Warlord. Nobody said nah. I hope Starfield slips to 2022 a month ago. The problem is nobody wants to record to be on record as being wrong about it. That's not helpful. Go Jets.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm a Jet fan.
Okay. Got a 5 super chat from Raiden Blade. Hey King, thanks for playing Outriders with me the other day.
I listen. I tell guys all the time.
We got a 2 super chat from Raiden Blade. You got MattyPlays. Love your content. We got a 5 super chat from Raiden Blade. The problem is no one gives a release date, so why on earth would anyone be saying Starfield is delayed? We got a 2 super chat from Raiden Blade. When Addict said, "I'm happy." Now for Fable reveal. Okay, so then we got a $5 super chat from Underground Gamer. Sorry, bros, hyped Starfield until Microsoft took their lunch money. Now Xbox fans are overhyping. Hit that fraud alert.
Jesus.
Super chat from Shijitsu Sage.
Oh, the Sage.
We know full well if this Biomutant, see what I did there.
Biomutant. Okay, got it.
Situation was reversed. Xbox would be getting hammered variable resolution rate on PS5. We got a $2 super chat from Duvi. Hi, hashtag Book of X, and we got a 2 super chat from Massa Rex. We get
he's back.
There it is.
There it is.
And then we got we got a $5 super chat from Gaming Forte. King must be part of that Spec Op groups.
Oh, he's definitely Spec Ops.
Messy right now, and I love keep being real and entertaining. And we got a $10 super chat from JD Gamer. Just dropping support to the realm. I appreciate it, JD. JD Gamer's one of the OGs.
He's one of the OGs. Shout out to Suicide King. $5 puts in my $5 and passes the plate to my right. Grace, now he passed the collection to the plate. All right, oh man. Salute back for that. I see you. Yeah, we going into Vault Glass right after the podcast. Let's do the poll. Get out of here. New LogNet ILP poll. It's up on lordsofgaming.net right now, so go check that out. If the rumors regarding Starfield's release date are true and it falls to late 2022, which Xbox game are you most excited for by Microsoft in 2021? The choices are A, rumored Forza Horizon in Mexico, B, unannounced Xbox game at E3, C, Halo Infinite, or D, I don't care, I'm just tired of Halo, Gears, and Forza. That is the question. Those are the choices. Please rock the vote when it goes up on ILP, lordsgaming.net, Twitter. The legendary Lord Matty Plays rocked out with us for damn near 4 hours, and I am so thankful. Tremendous content creator. Love what he does in the community. Actually, one of our highly requested guests. Oh, one of the highest. People were like, "You got to do something with Matty. You got to do something." I said,
"That's really nice to hear."
We're trying, and I'm very thankful that you reached out. You know, salute to ACG as well. I love what you guys do, but to you as well. You know, just what you bring to the community. I love the originality. I love the passion. You know, to see your growth. You know, tell the fan people where they can find you. What else you got going on?
So this coming week is, I call them 2.0 weeks. I didn't even say this at the top, but like I did like a relaunch on my channel called MrMattyPlays 2.0. So the idea is pretty much like a push for originality in a derivative space where we're still going to do news and stuff. Like you'll see that reviews, like stuff that I've always done. That'll be priority number one. But I'm starting to push these more original ideas. So this week we're going back to Jade Empire and the Time Machine. We're going to be dumping into Batman Dark Tomorrow. I hope none of y'all played that game, but that's for Humanity's Worst Game.
Oh, is it Humanity's Worst?
Yeah.
I love that.
Got to get back into that, and that's going to be torturous. I bought a Batman costume for it, so that'll be fun. Yes. So, yeah, I'm diving into that, and we're working on a Dark Age of Bethesda video, kind of highlighting that time period where they were, like, just putting out, like, Rogue Warrior, like, this real, just, what is happening, man? Like, so
Anchorman cheeks
Anchorman face
red. Instantly, his cheeks got red.
This is why.
Nice.
So yeah, we're working on all of that plus the podcasts I do. So you can find me over on YouTube, Mr. Matty Plays. That's where I'm streaming. I'm doing my daily content. And so we're pretty interactive over there. If you want to personally interact with me over on Twitter, it's at G27status. That's my actually second YouTube channel name. So I keep it. Remember your roots, you know?
All right.
So that's there where you can interact with me.
Every time I try to tag you in something, that always
it throws me
off. That's why I changed my name to Mr. Matty Play. So when you type in Mr. Matty, you'll see that pop up. Yeah. So you can go ahead and find me there. Instagram if you want. I barely post because I don't really take photos. I'm a live in the moment kind of guy. But Mr. Matty Plays _official if you want to check me out there. Otherwise, Defining Duke over on Last Stand Media, Ham Radio on my own channel. And check me out. Oh, and patreon.com/MrMattyPlays. But please watch some of my content first before you decide to pay anything like that. That's important. But, you know, in case you want to know, it's there as well.
No doubt. Salute to you, brother. Again, love what you do in the community. Tremendous content.
Oh,
what's up?
Give me 13 seconds. I missed one super chat.
Go
we got a super chat from Raiden Blade. King has a point. PS5 is holding us back.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
They are savage. King is
and then we got
Master.
Yeah, you get that one.
Yeah, Master Rec, shout out to him. Don't forget to check out Fonz Rally. Yes, Fonz Rally Gaming is live right now. Go check that out if you guys are chilling on Sunday. And Matty, like looking forward to what else you do in the future. And I just love to see the ascension. You've been putting it in for a long time. Keep up the fantastic work, and hopefully we will get you back in the realm again.
I am more than open, man.
Yeah,
you let me know when. I'm happy to.
Facts. Love to work with you again, brother. And of course, the legend, the ILP OG, the believer in the movement, the signer of deals, the shadow broker.
Yes, he is the shadow broker.
That's your new name. You're the shadow broker, my man, Lord Anchorman V of the Multiverse Universe podcast. Please tell the people, find people where you got going on. Where can they find you?
First, I got to say, Matty, it's a pleasure just to be on a podcast with you.
Oh.
You and Carrick specifically were one of my main inspirations.
Let's go. Thank you.
Just to be even on here is just a big deal for me.
Awesome. So, happy to meet you.
Oh, thank you. And so if you guys want to find us, I just do stuff in the background for the most part. I have a show on Mondays called Multiverse Show. You can find me on Twitter at Multiverse Show. My Twitter account got axed, so we got that one.
What's the Twitter though? We got to plug it. Let's promote.
It's at Multiverse Show. That's what we're doing.
What's the time slot? People
we do 7:00 on Mondays, 7:00 Eastern time.
You do a really bad job of promoting.
Yeah, we got.
I know. I'm terrible about
he will
promoting
close
myself. I
a
don't
deal.
do that.
I'm gonna need you to get a note card, like a note card to carry around.
He will close a deal on you. I'll tell you that, dude.
Yeah, no. We keep a short show, 45 minutes to an hour. We don't try to occupy too much of your time. So just show up at 7:00. We have a good group of guys. We do gaming, comics, talk about whatever geeky stuff's going on. So we're doing our E3 show tomorrow. So that's gonna be fun. We like doing at least 2 weeks early. So give our real predictions before we don't all the week before where stuff gets leaked. We try to avoid that, saying do real stuff. So.
Salute to you, brother, man. You've been putting it down for a while. And again, always, one thing about us, we're never going to forget what you have done for us. Always been a great supporter, good guy, personal friend, and it was always good. I had to get you on, too, because I was like, this is Bethesda, Matty. It was a perfect thing, man. So I was so happy that you could make it. And we got the camera, so I was happy. King is happy. No doubt. Lord Addict. Where can find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can find me and King this tomorrow. I don't know yet what time, but sometime tomorrow we'll be playing It Takes Two. I'll just have to give you the exact time. I don't know yet. You can also find my Mass Effect review.
Nice.
From a first-time player. I got through all of them, and I'm not gonna give nothing away.
Don't give it away.
Force them to click that link, man. Force them to click that link.
Definitely go check that. And you know what? Since we're going to close out, go over there, man, and show our dude Fawn some love, man. Go over there. Brother. Tell him the Iron Lord sent you, man. He's got great work. You got to try it out, man. I think you'll enjoy his content.
Another good dude in the community, man. Salute. You already know. And of course, they're calling you the Lord of Spec Ops now. The specification gang. That's right. Lord King, the prophet of Xbox, in the building, talking that talk. Definitely entertaining with that time for sure. I got the loudest laugh I got. But salute to you, brother. What do you got going on besides the amazing King of the Statue? And you got the beat to turn around. I saw the beat turning around.
First and foremost, let's give it up to the most amazing smile on YouTube. My man MrMattyPlays. Little known secret, right?
Dude, get a framed picture of me and just put it on top of me.
Don't worry, it's already there. They don't know.
Oh my god.
But little known secret, like I went and I'm watching Defining Duke, and I said, there's like MrMattyPlays. So I checked my Twitter and I was like, oh, sweat, he's following me. I said, how the hell I'm not following him back? And I hate that, somebody following you just don't know. And I was like, oh no. I said, I hope you don't think I was being rude.
It's all good.
But I love the stuff that you guys do over there.
Thank you, man.
And it's very super important that you have a connection with the people that you're with and that you work in that space to show those talents. Like you said, nobody's going to outwork you. at all. And you know, the content shows it shows heart, it shows determination, and it shows that you're willing to learn and grow, like from you know, your past experiences and stuff like that. But it also shows that when I'm listening to you talk and I'm listening to key moments and I'm looking at, you know, how you viewed video games going through, it's a natural progression that, you know, you are the Western RPG, you know, foremost knowledgeable guy when it comes to certain things. And I couldn't wait to have you on today to talk about that stuff, you know, and I do appreciate what you bring through.
Yeah. Let me just say, because you guys have been so complimentary of my stuff. I need to say at the end of all this that, you know, I hope you all know how good of a rep your show has. Like, it's insane, man. Like, I hear extremely good things where I typically like check it out. I see like what's going on, what's the flow, what's it like with the host, but like there is such good word of mouth with your show and it's growing. Just know that, because like literally I was like, I'm just hopping on, man. I was like, there's no doubter. I'll make whatever time I need. Like, you guys bring a good show. Like, it was fun. It flew by. Like, even in comparison, I'll say to my own shows, man, like your show flies by. Like, I can't believe we've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. Like, that's wild, bro.
Sorry.
That's wild, bro. Like, usually there's that moment
our show is longer
out.
than Lord of the Rings movies.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, there's a reason there's
I
Lord's
have to
in the
make a
title.
choice every Sunday.
Yeah, no, the Matty, man. It really means a lot.
Thank you
so much
for coming
because,
through.
Again,
It's always nice when people take a bet on us. Like, you know, we definitely.
It's not even a bet. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you bring a good show, you bring energy, and you're knowledgeable.
Oh, but
great group of guys.
And either I was saving the best for last. Anchorman, you know, I love you to death. I love you to death, and I do appreciate the fact that you do have your camera on. It means a lot to me because, you know, when I met you in person, we had such a great time. And you are a dear friend to me. Like I told you, my conversations and stuff is open to you at all times, always. And also, I need to be back on the multiverse because I was there and called me back, and I feel kind of lost. But you can catch me on Fridays, 9 p.m. on DCX. That's where we talk comic books, video games, entertainment, and statues. Got, like Cox said, I got it to turn around. KOS is up right now with Phoenix. This is Dark Phoenix. The part 1 is up. You can hear that story. But part 2, I think you're a little bit more interested in because people love the dark side. And I'm going to go into how she became who she is and why she's probably the most feared entity in the Marvel universe. So follow me on Twitter, King David OTW. Find me on Xbox, King David OTW, where I actually play with people and don't force you to pay me to play with you. You know, people say, "Oh, you're always tweeting." I'm playing games all day. Leave me alone. And I work all night. And also, you can find us on Iron Lords podcast. lordsofgaming.net.
Yes, sir.
Where if you want some of the information from these statues, I don't go into size and dimensions and stuff like that. I leave that to LordCognito. He works very hard on the synopsis and gives you the dimensions and stuff of the statues. So if you want to know dimensions, prices, and all that other stuff, that's there. So please go check that stuff out and also get a chance to look at some great content that's up there at this moment.
Yeah, if you go to lordsofgaming.net. Also, you can see this amazing collection this man has and all these other statues as well. With the joint, real quick, the Super Chat's Gaming Forte to our Super Chat. He was like, stuck at work until 6. You better wait for me, Cog. Yes, I will. We will do that with finish our vlog.
I don't know, man. Your 6 is like 9 to us. So
Lord.
like.
Anyway, hectic Will File Super Chat. I second that PS5 is keeping us from greatness. Good grief with King. Ridiculous.
Dangerous game.
Dangerous. $5 Super Chat. Shout out to Sony and their 25 games with half being IPs, new IPs, and 15 of those games being VR. Sorry, not sorry. Stay messy, King. Brayden Blade, £2 Super Chat. Thank you all for the entertainment on the Lord's Day. No, thank you guys for rocking with us. Again, tremendous. Please check us out. Again, an absolute pleasure for Lord MattyPlays to be here. Thank you so much for the compliments. Do enjoy your Sunday. We got more fun stuff coming up. E3 is approaching. Everybody, let's see, anybody got anything else to say, Addict?
Oh, yeah, we in 4K, not PlayStation.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, definitely go to Fonz. Don't forget to hit up Fonz, man. Don't forget to hit up our boy Fonz.
So, look, that's all I got. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Peace. Peace.